Hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. It is 9:30, so I think we'd like to get started. If you'd like, there's plenty of space around the table. So if you are in the back, please join us here in the front. It's important for recording and for the folks on the phone because if we're not speaking directly into the microphones, they won't be able to hear what's being discussed. So we'll be periodically reminding folks that for comments and questions to please use the microphones. So thank you all for coming. Oh, there's a button.
Oh, good. Now I can know.
Okay. So I want to just briefly introduce myself, and then we're going to turn it right over to some welcoming remarks from the Executive Director for the San Diego Association of Governments. Before that, my name is Cody Naylor. I supervise the Transportation Analysis section of the California Public Utilities Commission. With me today are some of the members of my team. Anna Ju, to my left, is the program lead for the TNC Disability Access program that we're discussing today. With me also is Andrew Dugason. He's helping to make sure our event goes smoothly today. He's our lead analyst on autonomous vehicle regulation and policy. And I'm also pleased to have the new director of the Commission's Consumer Protection and Enforcement Division, Doug Ito, here with us as well. He joined us pretty recently, so if you haven't had an opportunity to introduce yourself yet, please do so when you have a moment. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Hassan Akarta for some welcoming remarks, and thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Cody. Good morning, and welcome to San Diego, and welcome to SANDAG. We're very pleased to host the Public Utilities Commission. I want to welcome your director, Doug Ito. I've known this man for many, many years. I won't admit how many, but he's a man of integrity, and he's going to do an amazing job for the PUC. Welcome all of you, Cody, Anna, Andrew. Welcome our partners here, familiar faces that we work with. I very much hope that today will be very fruitful for you here in San Diego. You know, TNCs, the transportation network companies, are part of our choices today for commuting. But there's so much we don't know about how do we use them, what the future look like for them, and we welcome the Public Utility Commission working with us to understand more about the future of TNCs in general. Social equity is important, especially when it comes to transportation. It's important for SANDAG and for the PUC, I'm sure. And we want to make sure and ensure that social and environmental justice when it comes to transportation are well served. Some of you are familiar. We are working on a totally new regional transportation plan, new vision for the San Diego region. For many decades, we relied on the car, and we still do today. 98.5% drive, 1.5% use transit, and that number has gone down, not up. I was talking to Doug earlier. I think the potential for rethinking public transportation of models like the TNC, the Transportation Network Company, is something we must do. We're developing a plan under the name of the 5 big moves. And one of the 5 big moves is called the flexible fleet. And that's exactly is a TNC model where hopefully will be in the future autonomous, electric, and shared vehicles in neighborhoods in San Diego and others. So I'm really excited, and I'm appreciative of the PUC being here. I hope this is just the beginning, and I hope that once we're advancing our planning, we will share with you. And I hope we'll have a mutual working relationship where we could use the funding out of SB 1376 to enhance our transportation. So we are proud to support the PUC efforts in implementing 1376. And I was telling my team, our desire is not just to say, give me money. Our desire is to make sure we add value to the transportation network we have in San Diego County. So welcome. Thank you very much for being here in San Diego today.
Thank you so much, sir. We look forward to working with you and your organization going forward. I'd like to turn it over to Anna to go over the agenda for the day and some of the housekeeping items. So Anna, take it away.
Forgot to press the button. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to quickly go over the agenda. So I'm going to quickly go over the overview of what SB 1376 is. Also, Cody's going to do a presentation of the staff proposal. There'll also be a time frame where the parties can come up to do their own presentations. And then we're going to break for lunch around noon to 1. After lunch, we're going to reconvene. And that's when we're going to have the discussion portion of the workshop. Then in the end, we're going to open it for discussion. So some of the housekeeping rules. For those of you who are on the phone bridge, to email questions and comments to transportationprograms@cpuc.ca.gov. One of the CPUC staff will read aloud the emailed comments, questions. Please do not use the WebEx chat for your questions and comments. The phone line will be opened for comments, questions during Q&A and open discussion portions of the agenda. And we'll be on mute during the presentations. Please also do not put us on hold. WebEx is being recorded and will be posted on the CPUC website after the workshop. Also, the CPUC website will also post the parties' presentations as well after the workshop. So just to give you a little bit of background, so the intent of SB 1376 is to ensure that TNCs do not discriminate against persons with disabilities, including those who use non-folding wheelchairs, because there's been a lack of wheelchair accessible vehicles available via TNC's online enabled applications. So on Commission Decision 19-06033 on Track 1 established each county as a geographic area, meaning that the access fund fee is imposed on all TNC trips in the state and designated 10 cents as the initial per trip fee amount. The total amount then gets remitted to the Commission. The money collected can then be spent by TNCs directly by requesting an offset or exemptions, or distributed to the access providers on a competitive basis to provide wheelchair accessible vehicles. In order to qualify for an offset or obtain the fee money, TNCs and access providers must demonstrate that they meet the criteria mentioned in the bill. Now I'm going to hand it over to Cody to go over the CPD staff proposal.
Thank you, Anna. Good morning. Again, this is Cody Naylor from the California Public Utilities Commission, Transportation Analysis Section. I'll be summarizing CPED's recommendations as described in our staff report filed in this proceeding on September 27th. We've made copies available here, and please contact us if you need an electronic copy. Staff's report addresses the issues identified as part of Track 2 of the proceeding, which are the TNC offset request process and the criteria for evaluating TNC offsets, what we're calling the offset request contents, the TNC exemption requirements, and then the management and administration of the Access Fund, which will, when we'll discuss the Access Fund disbursement process, as well as access providers. And also, for the folks who are participating remotely, please be aware that we're going to take questions and answers after each presentation, at which time we'll give you some guidance about how to unmute your individual telephone line. But after each presentation, we will allow for comments and questions from folks in the room. So to begin our discussion on offsets, this slide quotes a relevant provision of SB 1376, which states that the Commission shall authorize the TNC to offset against the amounts due, pursuant to this subparagraph, for a particular quarter, the amount spent by the TNC during that quarter to improve wave service on its online-enabled application or platform for each geographic area, and thereby reduce the amount required to be remitted to the Commission. In order to offset amounts due pursuant to this subparagraph in a geographic area, the Commission shall require a TNC at a minimum to demonstrate in the geographic area the presence and availability of drivers with waves on its online-enabled application or platform, improved level of service, including reasonable response times due to those investments for wave service compared to the previous quarter, efforts undertaken to publicize and promote available wave services to disability communities, and a full counting of funds expended. A major focus of today's discussion will be on what a TNC must demonstrate in order to be granted an offset. And also, you may note that I'm going to be reading directly from slides. This is for the benefit of folks on the phone who may not be able to see today's presentation, as well as individuals with low vision who may not be able to read the contents of the slide. So before we get to, actually let me go back here. So a major focus of today's discussion is going to be on the criteria for a TNC to be granted an offset. We're going to talk about this extensively, about what it means for a TNC to demonstrate the presence and availability of drivers, an improved level of wave service, efforts undertaken to publicize and promote available wave services, and a full accounting of funds expended. This is going to be a major focus of today's discussion. But before we get to that, let's start with just the practical matters of receiving and acting on offset requests. Staff's recommendation is that the Commission adopt the advice letter process commonly used by Commission-regulated public utilities for their requests to the Commission. This is a process that's governed by Commission General Order 96B. Under the general rules of General Order 96B, there's a 30-day initial review period that can be extended up to 120 days. We recommend that the Commission adopt the advice letter process for TNC offsets because it is a transparent process that allows for public comment and protest in response to the advice letter. Staff can grant or reject the request, but staff review of staff's disposition of the request can be sought from the Commission. So we have a established Commission process, not a novel creation, that the Commission already uses for requests from other regulated entities, and we think that this is the best mechanism to receive and dispense of an offset request. We also recommend that offset requests be due on the same schedule as remittances to the Access Fund, meaning they would be due within 15 days of the end of each quarter. Same schedule as the Access Fund remittances. In our report, CPD offers additional recommendations about offset requests. Since offsets are a partial reduction in what a TNC remits to the Access Fund, and exemptions are a total reduction to zero in what a TNC remits, SB 1376 envisions a higher standard to receive an exemption than an offset. Staff's position is that it is advisable to distinguish offsets from exemptions in order to address the scenario in which a TNC meets the criteria to receive an offset, not an exemption though, but still seeks to reduce their remittance by, say, 99.9% or some amount that's functionally equivalent to receiving an exemption. Therefore, staff recommends that offsets be capped at 90% of the total fee amount collected within any geographic area. Staff also recommends that TNCs be authorized to request offsets for investments made since fee collection began on July 1st of this year, but before the offset process was established. So this means that investments made prior to the imposition of the fee on July 1st wouldn't be eligible, but for investments made after July 1st, a TNC could request a retroactive offset. Finally, staff recommends that TNCs be required to possess a TCP permit to provide wave service directly by owning vehicles or by contract with another passenger carrier. The TNC authority does not provide for vehicle ownership and subcontracting, but these arrangements are already allowable using a TCP permit. Okay, moving along, we'd like to talk about the criteria for offsets and staff's recommendation on the required contents of offset requests. For purposes of demonstrating the presence and availability of wave service, staff recommends that TNCs be required to demonstrate or to report for each geographic area the number of waves in operation each month by hour of the day, so from like midnight to 1 a.m., 1 a.m. to 2 a.m., 3 a.m. for each hour of the day, as well as the number and percentage of wave trips that are completed, not accepted, canceled by the passenger, canceled due to the passenger no-show, and canceled by driver each month by hour of the day and by zip code of trip requests. Information at this level of detail is required by the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission for data that they require from entities that are regulated like TNCs. And having such information will allow for the evaluation of when and where wave demand and supply exists, both during the course of a day and over the course of a quarter. To demonstrate an improved level of service, including reasonable response times, staff recommends that the Commission adopt wave trip response time standards. In our report, we proposed a standard for each geographic area using TNC data from their 2017 annual reports. We calculated the trip response times, which is the time elapsed between request and pickup, and then found the 50th and 80th percentile response times. This information is presented in the attachments to staff's report. Since the underlying data receives confidential treatment by the Commission, the information presented in staff's report is both aggregated and rounded. Staff's position is that it is reasonable to use response times for the general public as benchmarks for wave trip requests, hence our recommendation that a wave trip response time standard be established using the response time calculations from trips requested by the general public. Having benchmarks enables for a more ministerial evaluation by staff of offset requests, as well as provides clarity to the TNCs about what they must satisfy in order to be eligible for an offset. Response time is a particularly important metric for this program because it's what makes the service on demand. So if you don't get a timely response time, it's harder to say that this service that's being facilitated is an on-demand transportation service for people with disabilities. Here are the proposed response time standards. This is also reflected in attachment C of staff's report. Using this approach, TNCs would have to demonstrate that a certain percentage of wave trips are fulfilled within certain amounts of time, and the percentage increases annually. For example, in San Francisco County, staff proposed a standard of 8 minutes. During the period of July 2019 through June 2020, or to June 2020, TNC would have to show that 50% of their wave trip requests were fulfilled within 8 minutes, or in the alternative, that 75% of trips were fulfilled within 16 minutes. When a TNC can provide 80% of its trips within the standard, it would become eligible for an exemption. So on the slide, for the benefit of the folks participating remotely, in San Francisco County, staff recommends a wave response time standard of 8 minutes, or an 8 minutes, or there's also a column that describes what double the wave response time standard would be, which is 16 minutes. In Alameda, Los Angeles, San Diego, San Mateo, and Santa Clara, the wave response time standard is 10 minutes. In Napa, Orange, Sacramento, San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Yolo counties, the proposed standard is 12 minutes. In Butte, Fresno, Kern, Monterey, San Bernardino, Santa Cruz, and Solano, proposed standard is 15 minutes. Contra Costa, El Dorado, Marin, Placer, Riverside, San Joaquin, Shasta, Sonoma, Stanislaus, and Ventura, proposed standard is 20 minutes. In Del Norte, Humboldt, Imperial, Inyo, Kings, Lass, and Mendocino, Madera, Merced, Mono, Nevada, Plumas, Sutter, Trinity, Tulare, and Yuba, proposed standard is 25 minutes. And then finally, in Alpine, Amador, Calaveras, Calusa, Glen, Lake, Mariposa, Modoc, San Benito, Sierra, Siskiyou, Tehama, and Tuolumne, proposed standard is 30 minutes. For the amount of percentage of trips that need to be provided within these wave response times from July 2019 through June 2020, 50% of trips would need to be provided within that time. From July 2020 to June 2021, that increases by 10% to 60%. In 2021 to 2022, it increases to 70%. July 22 to June 2023 increases to 80%, at which time, if a TNC meets that response time standard, they'd be eligible for an exemption. And then from 2023 onward, to receive an offset, you'd have to provide trips within 90% of trips within the proposed standard. Well, I'm sorry, above 80%, but we would ask folks to set the goal at 90%. To evaluate response times, staff recommends that the Commission require TNCs to present data on response times, specifically to report for each geographic area the completed wave trip request response times in deciles each month for each zip code in the geographic area. For example, that means that 10% of all wave trips that originated in a given zip code in September 2019 were fulfilled, say, within 5.25 minutes, or 5 minutes, 15 seconds, or 20% filled in 6 minutes, 30% filled in 7.5 minutes, et cetera. This information will enable the evaluation of whether service is improving over time and within geographic areas, whether access to wave service varies significantly. To demonstrate a full accounting of funds expended, staff recommends the Commission require TNCs to present categorized expenditures made within the quarter and to explain how those investments were used to improve wave service. Categories we suggest include marketing and outreach, maintenance and equipment, discounts and passengers, drivers' incentives, et cetera. Importantly, we're not recommending that the evidence of expenditures actually be presented in the offset request itself, but that those records be maintained and available for auditing purposes. In addition to the statutory criteria, staff recommends that the Commission adopt requirements for wave driver training and vehicle safety inspections as part of the offset process. TNCs should require that all wave operators receive wave driver training and to identify their training programs, including any programs developed by the TNCs themselves, and to report the number of drivers in each geographic area that completed training during the quarter in which an offset is being sought. Documentation of training should be maintained for purposes of auditing the program as well. Here are proposals on wave safety inspections. Like driver training, we recommend that TNCs require all waves to be inspected annually and that the inspection include the vehicle's adaptive equipment. Currently, the Commission imposes what's called a 19-point vehicle inspection for all TNC and TCP vehicles, but this checklist does not include adaptive equipment on waves. So staff proposed that for waves that the vehicle inspection requirement be expanded to include the adaptive equipment and that records of the inspection be retained and made available to the Commission upon request for purposes of auditing. Finally, regarding the requirement to demonstrate efforts undertaken to publicize and promote available wave services to disability communities, staff recommend that the Commission require documentation to support these efforts by the TNC rather than just a narrative of these activities. So we suggest that they be required to provide a list of entities partnered with from disability communities, including providing documentation on how those partnerships were used to publicize and promote available wave services. They should be, that documentation should be included in the offset request itself. Okay, next topic addressed by staff in its report are fee remittance exemptions. Here is a relevant portion of SB 1376 on the subject, which states, the Commission shall require each transportation network company to be accessible to persons with disabilities in order to be exempt from paying the charge required pursuant to subparagraph B. The Commission shall adopt a designated level of wave service that is required to be met in each geographic area via TNC's online-enabled application or platform in order for the TNC to be exempt from paying the fee required for the next year in that geographic area. As part of the designated level of wave service for each geographic area, the Commission shall require a TNC at a minimum to have response times for 80% of wave trips requested via the TNC's online-enabled application or platform within a time established by the Commission for that geographic area. If a TNC meets the wave service level requirement established pursuant to the subparagraph in a geographic area selected pursuant to subparagraph D for a particular year, the TNC is exempt from paying the fee for the next year for that geographic area only. Building off of the offset process, staff recommends that the Commission use wave trip response time standards to determine whether an exemption should be granted. Since exemptions are granted annually, like disbursements from the Access Fund, we recommend that the exemption periods be aligned on the same schedule which is based on the state's fiscal year. So that means that in effect, when disbursement from the Access Fund would be, or selections for disbursement from the Access Fund will be made by July, the start of the fiscal year by July 1st, we would similarly want exemption requests to be submitted on the same schedule. That way, the duration of an exemption comes up for, I guess, renewal or reauthorization at the same time disbursements from the Access Fund would be made. This would be an administrative convenience for staff, hence our recommendation. Although a TNC would not have to remit what it collects if granted an exemption, we do recommend that they still be required to report information quarterly to verify that they're sustaining the required level of wave service throughout the year. Regarding exemptions in the fee itself, it's staff's position that TNCs are still required to collect the per trip fee even if when an exemption has been granted. They simply do not have to remit it to the Commission. However, the total amount collected from the fee must still be used for its intended purpose of providing on-demand transportation services for persons with disabilities. Okay, moving on through track 2, aside from TNC offsets and exemptions, the other scoped issues concern administration of the Access Fund and disbursements to access providers. For background, here are the terms access provider and independent entity as defined by SB 1376, which I'll read now. Access provider means an organization or entity that directly provides or contracts with a separate organization or entity to provide on-demand transportation to meet the needs of persons with disabilities. An independent entity, regarding an independent entity, the Commission may hire an independent entity to administer the program established pursuant to Subdivision A and to complete the report required pursuant to Subparagraph 2, Subdivision A. The report referred to in this code section is a mandated report to the legislature evaluating the program that is due in 2024. Here is more information from the bill regarding the schedule and the required criteria for applications to receive funds from the Access Fund. The Commission shall request access providers to submit applications to receive funds by April 1st, 2020. The Commission may accept applications for new on-demand transportation programs or partnerships anytime after April 1st, 2020. From the applications that are submitted, the Commission shall select by July 1st, 2020, on-demand transportation programs or partnerships to receive funding based on criteria adopted by the Commission in consultation with stakeholders described in subparagraph A. As part of the criteria, the Commission shall require an access provider to demonstrate in its application at a minimum how the program or partnership improves response times for wave service compared to the previous year, the presence and availability of waves within the geographic area, and efforts undertaken to publicize and promote available wave services to disability communities. I note that the statutory criteria for TNCs and access providers are almost identical in regards to the expenditures they could make out of the Access Fund. By which I mean the response times, the presence availability of waves, efforts undertaken to publicize and promote wave services, et cetera. Regarding administration of the Access Fund, we recommend that the Commission allow transit planning agencies, such as county transportation commissions, metropolitan planning organizations, or regional transportation planning agencies to request and be authorized to manage disbursements to on-demand transportation providers within their jurisdiction. While these local entities generally cannot impose fees on TNC operations, they are better positioned than the state to understand the transportation needs of persons with disabilities and to make decisions about funding entities that can meet those needs. We think this approach is the way to make the program most effective in implementation because the Commission itself doesn't possess the resources to process claims and handle weekly and monthly payments to transportation providers in the way that similar programs in places like Seattle, Chicago, and Portland are managed locally. I'd also like to add that these entities have experience with accessible transportation funding through administration of the federal Section 5310 Enhanced Mobility for Seniors and Individuals with Disabilities program. In order for a transit planning agency to receive money from the Commission and manage disbursements as what we're calling an Access Fund administrator for purposes of fulfilling the requirements and reporting information quarterly, they would perform very similar functions to the TNCs in the offset process. However, since these government entities are not regulated directly by the Commission, rather than use the advice letter process that we suggest TNCs use for offsets, CPED would have to develop an application package for Access Fund administrators, and the applications themselves would be approved annually by a Commission resolution. Since the amount of money collected will vary substantially by geographic area, meaning that some areas will collect very little fee money over the course of any quarter, we recommend that a minimum disbursement of $100,000 to Access Fund administrators be established, which we feel is an adequate amount of money to begin subsidizing wave service by access providers locally. So this is to address a situation in which relatively small amounts of money that may not be of an adequate amount to administer a local subsidy not be kind of piecemeal made available to Access Fund administrators, but when across all the affected geographic areas in their jurisdiction, that when it adds up to $100,000, that's a disbursement amount that we think is adequate to at least begin subsidizing wave service locally, rather than having them receive the money and then wait for a while until it achieves an amount where they think they can launch a program. As far as requirements for access providers, we propose that the Commission mirror the requirements imposed on TNCs for offsets and exemptions, namely the quarterly data reporting and requirements on wave driver training and vehicle inspections. Those requirements are summarized again here, which would be to report quarterly for each geographic area the number of waves in operation each month by hour of the day, number and percentage of wave trips completed, not accepted, canceled by passenger, canceled due to passenger no-show, canceled by driver, each month by hour of the day and by zip code of trip request, as well as the completed wave trip request response times and deciles each month for each zip code. In addition, the Access Fund administrator would be responsible for certifying that they require all waves operated by access providers to be inspected annually and improved for conformance with the ADA's accessibility specifications for transportation vehicles. They would also be required to certify that all wave drivers are required to receive driver training at least every 3 years and to maintain records and provide them to the Commission upon request. So again, the idea is that for Access Fund administrators, their requirements would be mirroring those imposed on TNCs for the expenditures that they would be seeking through offsets. In addition, we recommend that TNCs be allowed to request additional monies from the Access Fund beyond what they may claim as an offset if they've already met their criteria to receive an exemption and wish to seek additional monies to provide service beyond what they're able to do, the monies they collect from their own operations. In this scenario, a TNC could seek monies that would otherwise be transferred to Access Fund administrators for disbursement by those entities. Lastly, staff recommends that independent entities be used to support the program, namely with its programmatic evaluation and auditing, and to insist in completion of a mandated report to the legislature due in 2024. We also recommend that the Commission authorize money from the Access Fund to be used for these purposes. This concludes staff's presentation. Next would be presentation from the parties, and we have a list of folks who had requested to speak. But before that, we are going to take question and answer from attendees about staff's proposals. And for the folks who are participating remotely, in order for you to provide your input directly, if emailing isn't your preferred option, you can unmute your own telephone line by pressing *6. We just respectfully request that when you are not speaking, that you remute your telephone line by pressing *6 again. So with that, do we have any questions from participants today? I see one. Please identify yourself too.
Get this on. Turn. Unlike a button you can't feel. My question is a couple of things or comments. One is my question is, what is being done to verify that people with disabilities are getting the same service as people who do not have disabilities? I know you have your percentages, but if you take your percentages and it's 75% of your passengers do not have a disability and 25% do, the people who have a disability can get a lot less service than those who don't. I'm wondering if there's any way you can trace that and track it. Because I know in a lot of times, if you have a disability, you don't get the same service, especially when you're starting to look at needing access for wheelchairs. Some of us with guide dogs are well known, but what's happening with service dogs and people showing up, they claim they can't find us and this and that and the other, and if we have sighted people around, we know what's going on. The other one is when there's training, they need to make sure that the training includes people that are knowledgeable about disabilities and can help teach from a experience type basis. In other words, having the drivers actually simulate having disabilities so they have an understanding. I could tell them all day what it would be like, but if they try to find out what it's like to get into a vehicle on their own without any assistance, they would get a lot better understanding of it.
Thank you. To your first question about the verification that the people being provided transportation have a disability, can I just clarify, is your concern that people would be requesting a wheelchair accessible vehicle who don't actually need one?
No, my concern is the fact that if you're doing the statistics, if you're taking people with a disability who are requesting any kind of accessible vehicle, I don't, whether it be a wheelchair accessible or not, especially if I'm stating I do have a disability, making sure that I can get the same response time. So if other people are getting a 15-minute response time, I need to have 15-minute response time, not 30 minutes or 40 minutes because you can't get me a vehicle.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. In staff's recommendation to establish a kind of reasonable response time benchmark for waive trip requests, we based it on analysis we did of response times for non-wheelchair accessible vehicles, with the idea of that waive service should be some way indexed to what response times are for everybody else. So I think the intent of at least staff's recommendation is to fulfill that concern you have, which is that a person who needs a wheelchair accessible vehicle is going to receive service in a manner that's comparable to a person who doesn't require a wheelchair accessible vehicle. I don't say it's equal per se because of the offset level standard that we propose. It's a certain percentage of the trips being provided in that time versus requiring that 100% of all trips, say, be provided within that time. But I appreciate your input. Thank you so much.
We have one question coming from the email. The question is a cap proposed on funding provided to independent entities for their assistance?
No, that wasn't part of staff's recommendation to set a maximum disbursement amount. Staff only recommended a minimum disbursement amount.
And then also, there's a comment. Just wanted to remind people who want to speak to identify themselves and which company you're representing. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Andrew.
Hi, this is James Andrew from Los Angeles Metropolitan County Metropolitan Transportation Authority, or otherwise known as LA Metro. I just have a question about the clarification that a TCP permit is required for a TNC to provide wave service directly or by contract with another transportation provider. I'm not as familiar with the TCP permit and what all is involved in obtaining one and being able to carry one. But does this only apply to wave vehicles then when a TNC, or is it, so a TNC would then become just another TCP like all the other ones that the Commission regulates?
So the Commission has separate authorities that they issue based on the restrictions on the operations that each authority establishes. TNCs are precluded from owning vehicles or contracting directly with other transportation providers due to one, some explicit Commission guidance and or instruction in the Decision 1309-045, the original authorizing decision for TNCs, but it's mostly a reflection of just the definition of what a TNC is, which is you're using an online-enabled app or platform to connect passengers with drivers who are using their personal vehicle. So the TCP authority is something that a company can possess in addition to having you can have a TNC permit and a TCP permit, which is the case for some of the TNCs that operate in California. And the Commission really exhaustively examined this issue in a decision that it issued related to the status of Uber and whether it was a TNC or a TCP, depending on certain services that it offered. And one of the clear distinctions that for a TCP, you are generally required to own vehicles, or you can subcontract with another TCP holder that also owns its own vehicles. And to my knowledge, this is how two of the companies, Lyft and Uber, operate their wave programs today. So they have TCP and TNC permits, but in order for them to provide the service, they're doing so under the authority conferred by their TCP permit and working with other TCP permit holders. So it's just kind of a distinction where because TNCs are also a subset of TCPs, it just has to do with how transportation has to be prearranged and for compensation and all of that. But the key thing is that the definition of TNCs today just doesn't allow for vehicle ownership and subcontracting, but a TNC can possess a TCP permit, which enables exactly those arrangements. I'm not seeing any other questions or comments from folks in the room, and I haven't had anybody unmute themselves, and I don't think we've received any additional emailed questions. So I'm going to turn it over to Anna for instructions about the presentations from parties. Again, there will be questions and answers allowed after each presentation, and we're going to have you make your presentations over at the podium. Before that, I see a question from our director.
Not a question, but this is Doug Ito. For the online person who asked the question about the cap on the disbursement amount, if you could send an email back clarifying whether you have an opinion whether a cap should be imposed, that would be great.
Thank you. Yes, we very much want people to send any comments, questions, thoughts they have about staff's proposals or anything that they hear today to us by email at transportationprograms@cpuc.ca.gov so that we can make sure to incorporate that into our advisory work. Thank you. All right, so I'll turn over to Anna for instructions about presentations from parties.
Okay, so I'm going to read out the order of the presentation so that people presenting know the order. So the first presenter will be Disability Rights California. The second will be Uber. Third will be Lyft. Fourth will be SFMTA. Fifth would be LA Metropolitan Transportation Authority. The sixth will be Disability Rights, Education, and Defense, and 7 will be Access to Independence. So first I wanted to introduce Disability Rights California. Is Autumn Elliott here? Okay, so I guess we'll move on to the, we'll put her later in the agenda. So I wanted to introduce Uber to come up.
Good morning. My name is Kimberly Harvish, and I am a Senior Operations Manager with Uber, overseeing our accessibility operations for US and Canada. And today I'll speak to our Track 2 proposal, specifically related to TNC remittance offsets, TNC fee exemptions, and fund access. But before I get into those items, I just wanted to ground the presentation and the discussion in the intent of State Bill 1376. As it's written in the bill, it's explicit that this bill is intended to enable increased access to waves on transportation network companies. And you can see here on the slide the language that is pulled directly from the bill. Given that, the funds collected on TNCs and that we're discussing today should be used to deliver on this intent. Now getting into the TNC remittance offset, specifically related to the criteria, we are generally aligned with the CPUC staff proposal on the type of information that should be included in the offset request, and that a TNC should be required to demonstrate the presence and availability of drivers with waves on the platform, an improved level of service that's represented through trips as well as response times. Additionally, TNCs should be required to demonstrate their efforts to publicize wave service to the disability community and also demonstrate an accounting of the funds expended to improve wave service. In terms of the types of investments that should qualify for offset, these should include investments made by TNCs to enable access to wave transportation services that could include commercial agreements, incentives, or promotions offered by TNCs to fleet or individual partners operating waves on their platform. This would also include investments in partnerships, market research, and community engagement to expand wave service to new areas. Additionally, it should include technology investments that are made to increase wave access through product improvements, as well as personnel resource investments that are required to secure the partnerships and manage these partnership relationships. For the request schedule and procedure, we're aligned with the staff proposal and Lyft that the requests for offsets should be due no later than 15 days after the quarter end. However, we disagree with the staff proposal that a TNC should be required to remit the fee and then receive a refund if the offset is approved. As it's stated in the bill language, the Commission shall authorize a TNC to offset against the amounts due for a particular quarter the amounts spent by the TNC during that quarter to improve wave service on its online-enabled application or platform for each geographic area, and thereby reduce the amount required to be remitted to the Commission. Given this, we propose that the Commission approval or disapproval of a TNC investment offset should precede the remittance of the per trip fees to the Commission, and in our proposal we've outlined what we believe is a reasonable schedule in which we can accomplish that. Some additional considerations related to the remittance offsets. Regarding the staff proposal to cap offsets, Uber disagrees on this point, as the legislature did not intend to cap a certain amount or percentage because the state bill does not impose any such cap. As previously noted, The clear intent of the legislature was to increase access to waived services through transportation network companies, and so the funds should be used entirely to deliver on that intent. Furthermore, capping offsets may create the wrong policy outcomes, as a TNC could choose to spend only an amount of money that has a high likelihood of recouping through the offset process, even if an additional investment would improve waived service. In regards to advance intent and retroactive offsets, we are aligned with the staff proposal on these two items. Now looking at TNC fee exemptions, we believe that the evaluation for fee exemptions should be based on response time for 80% of trips within a given geographic area and should be evaluated prior to the start of the fiscal year, so a TNC knows whether or not fees must be remitted in the next program year. The response time service level requirements should vary by geographic area, given the market differences. Lastly, the Commission should set response times on a scaled basis that are reevaluated and become more stringent over time as TNCs improve their service levels. Once sufficient data is collected after the programs have been running, a final set of service level requirements should be established and required in perpetuity for fee exemptions. And then lastly, related to fund access, by statute, an access provider must provide on-demand transportation, and as such, funds should only be granted to truly on-demand transportation programs. Service level requirements, including the response time requirements and reporting requirements, should be the same across all access providers and TNCs to ensure funds are utilized to increase access consistently. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to open it up for any questions.
This is Cody from the PUC. I have one question. It sounds like Uber is aligned in concept with some of staff's proposals on the response time benchmarks. Do I misunderstand that? Do you guys have any comments on the amount of time that the Commission and staff have proposed waived trips to be fulfilled within for purposes of receiving an offset?
So our position is that the response times should be realistic and achievable, given the goal is really to increase access to waived services on TNCs. The response time requirements should be set such that it encourages investments by TNCs and not deters. So if we set unrealistic benchmarks, then that would create, I think, not the outcome that we're looking to. I also feel that it's unreasonable to set standards 5 years out when we do not have data on the programs yet. So I think it would be best if we collected data before setting longer-term goals.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Uber?
This is Doug. Just real quick, aside from the I guess the question is on the advice letter process that staff is proposing. Are you familiar with that process, and do you agree that it's something that makes sense for the program, aside from the remittance versus refund component of it that you disagreed with?
I think we'll have to get back to you on that one.
Okay. This is Cody again. Could you go back to the schedule for remittances, or the proposed schedule? Mm-hmm. Okay. So one of the, in the Commission approving that the fee remittance occur pursuant to the same requirements under PUCTRA, the Public Utility Commission Transportation Reimbursement Account, which is a fee that TNCs and other transportation providers used to have to pay a percentage of their revenues every quarter. So the way PUCTRA works is that you have 15 days when your remittance is due. The statute says that the Commission has to wait an additional 30 days to take any action for failure to remit what is owed. So the full effect of that is that carriers actually have 45 days after the quarter ends before any, say, adverse action could be taken. But the statute expects and compels entities to pay within 15 days. But there is there's up to 45 days, possibly more under the process the commission adopted if staff would grant a deadline extension, basically. So I just want you guys to be aware of that, is that 15 days is, again, the deadline, but the statute doesn't authorize the commission to, say, suspend or revoke an authority until at least 30 days after that 15 days have passed. So it is similar in effect to what Uber is proposing as 45 days.
Okay, I see no other questions. Thank you. So now I want to introduce the next speaker representing Lyft.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Traci Lee, and I am a Senior Public Policy Manager for Lyft. So jumping into this presentation today regarding SB 1376, as everyone knows, as the TNC Access for All Act, I did want to just go over some preliminary, I guess, foundational intent regarding how our company is viewing implementation of SB 1376. As Cody and Anna mentioned previously, and as Kimberly mentioned, the purpose of SB 1376 is to advance the legislature's goal of incentivizing rapid adoption of waves via TNCs. SB 1376 was passed in order to provide a transparent and reliable mechanism for TNCs to defray the substantial costs of making affordable wave service available on their platforms. So today I am going to discuss some of the topics that are on the agenda with regard to offset criteria and exemption criteria, as well as the schedule for fee remittance. And then the other issues on the agenda we'll hopefully discuss with our larger team during the course of open discussion. So first, with regard to offset criteria, it's important for us to note that the statute indicates that the Commission shall authorize a TNC to offset quarterly expenses. And I think it's important to note that the language used is shall versus may, which essentially points to incentivizing immediate investments in accessibility on TNCs. TNCs can reasonably expect to be reimbursed for startup costs and other costs by, for example, employing mandatory language. So the statute provides for relatively clear and straightforward eligibility criteria, and it leaves to the Commission discretion only the determination of how to measure quarterly improvement. So what does improved level of service mean? It's also important to note that for purposes of the statute, there was no mention of baselines or benchmarks when determining what specific offset criteria are. The way that we are trying to implement and operationalize any sort of WAVE program through our TNC platform is to keep in mind that flexibility is incredibly important. We would ask the Commission to also keep that in mind, at least during the initial stages of WAVE rollout. Lyft recently launched our WAVE pilot in July of 2019, so we're in the very early stages, the first couple months of collecting data from our WAVE pilot in San Francisco and Los Angeles counties. When talking about improved level of service, Lyft takes the position that improved level of service is measured against the TNC's own performance from the previous quarter. And the reason we take this position is that improvement must be measured not against a universal baseline applicable to all TNCs, but against the TNC's own performance in the immediately preceding quarter, because TNCs differ significantly in size and availability of resources, and we're likely to take different approaches to enhancing accessibility in different ways. So recognizing an individual TNC's operational capability and resources should be top of mind. For example, I think everyone in this room knows that Uber and Lyft are two of the biggest TNCs operating in the market. However, we also have very differing market shares, market sizes, budgets, and just operational capabilities. It's also important to note that in evaluating improved level of service, looking at response times and reasonable response times is important, but it should not be the only factor that is considered when the Commission looks at what improved level of service is. Reduced quarter-over-quarter ETAs in the initial stages of a pilot or a WAVE program should be considered, but if just very practically, if we were to consider reduced quarter-over-quarter ETAs into infinity, that would be nearly impossible to operationalize. So for example, in year one, let's say an ETA is 60 minutes, and then if for Q1, and then in Q2, the ETA would be 45 minutes, in Q3, 30 minutes, Q4, 15 minutes, the following year, Q1, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 1 minute. So if quarter-over-quarter ETAs are considered improved level of service, and that's the only factor considered, then at some point it's very reasonable that TNC service and ETAs will plateau, and that would potentially discourage improved WAVE service on TNCs so that we could continue to claim an offset. A single-minded focus on response times would potentially provide an undesirable incentive for TNCs to either stagger or postpone investments in accessibility in order to leave room for future response time improvement. So taking all of that into consideration, it's also incredibly important for the Commission to consider passenger experience, user experience as well. The whole purpose of this statute and the intent is to encourage and not to discourage WAVE efforts by TNCs. And so we think there should be a focus on the totality of circumstances or the totality of the TNC offering, not just WAVE response times. While WAVE response times are important, I think it's also very important passenger experience, the quality of the vehicle, the safety of the driver, the training the driver receives, the ability for a driver to provide proper and safe securement of said passenger. All those other factors are incredibly important when we're trying to provide the high-level service to individuals in the disability community for purposes of transportation. So when we're looking at offset criteria, as I mentioned earlier, Lyft's position is that we take a comprehensive approach for some of the following reasons. When transporting individuals with disabilities, including those in fixed-frame wheelchairs, there are complex logistical issues such as acquiring modified vehicles for, I should say for WAVE. Oftentimes, modified vehicles are not easily able to be procured through manufacturers or through just fleet providers. So the time that it takes to actually get vehicles that are ADA compliant, that have wheelchair ramps, that meet 19.8 inspections, and that are safe to drive and safe for passengers to ride in, it takes much longer than it would take to just acquire a standard passenger vehicle. Additionally, there is specific targeted outreach to the disability community that Lyft is really focused on, at least in terms of our initial pilot. We understand that many members of the disability community, especially those in fixed-frame wheelchairs, may not have had the opportunity to previously take ride-sharing services or TNCs because we haven't been able to previously provide the service. Thanks to SB 1376, we now have a mechanism to help expedite the process of doing that. But we understand that as part of that, doing specific targeted outreach to disability communities, to disability stakeholders, and to, for example, LA City Commission, on Disability, the San Francisco Mayor's Disability Council is all incredibly important in the process of making sure that when we roll out this service, not only is it available, but the disability community knows about it. Furthermore, the process of recruiting drivers is more complex than the process of recruiting for example, a Lyft driver for a standard vehicle. The reason being is because the drivers needed to provide wave service would need to go through requisite training. So not only training in terms of how to operate a wave vehicle, including how to safely operate a ramp, but how to safely and properly help load a passenger in a vehicle, how to properly secure that passenger to a 4-point tie down once that wheelchair passenger has gone up the ramp into the van, but also how to pull over, try to find a safe place and an appropriate place where a wheelchair rider can alight from the vehicle. All of those considerations, the more hands-on aspects of transporting a wheelchair rider don't necessarily come into play with regard to a standard rideshare driver. Additionally, TNCs have to take into account adequate ride supply to meet geographic demand. So now looking at the last slide, there are sort of 4 buckets that Lyft is looking at in terms of the PUC taking a more comprehensive approach to what improved level of service means. Not only do we want the PUC to obviously consider response times, but the first bucket would be program scale. So what is the coverage area that the specific TNC is providing in terms of wave service? How many total rides, accessible rides, have been completed? How many driver hours have been spent providing wave rides? What is the unique rider count? And what is the specific cost per ride for that TNC and for that rider? With regard to service quality, as I mentioned earlier, obviously very important are response times, but also the ride request to driver acceptance rate, the cancellation rate either on behalf of the driver and or on behalf of the passenger, and then the complaint rate per quarter, again on behalf of the driver or on behalf of that passenger. The third bucket would be sustainability, which includes cost of supply, cost per ride, and driver utilization. And the fourth bucket is community awareness and engagement. What that means, as I mentioned earlier, is that it's really important for us to not only make wheelchair accessible vehicles available on the market for the disability community, but also making sure that the disability community is fully aware that the service is actually available. We understand oftentimes that that doesn't include just sending a blast email out to a listserv or putting on our blog or in a newsletter that this service exists, but it does involve a lot of on-the-ground grassroots outreach to organizations and to individuals to make sure that they not only know that the service is available, but that they know how to use the service, how to enable access mode on our app, how to actually call a Lyft. All of those things are incredibly important to us in terms of building out any sort of WAVE program that we have. Furthermore, as I mentioned, in addition to the on-the-ground work that we would like to do, the promotion of the WAVE program within the disability community via marketing materials and kind of just more standard communications, we should also be considered. So moving on to exemption criteria, TNCs must, at a minimum, show that 80% of completed WAVE rides have response times at or below the service level requirement, or SLRs. So SLRs must serve the needs of the disability community and be realistically achievable. So I think in the prior discussion that was noted as well, and I think the key for Lyft is really to focus, at least during this first year, on maintaining flexibility in terms of response times. So at this point, we have about 3 months of data in San Francisco and LA counties that has generally shown the type of service and the level of service that we've been able to provide. But because our program is so early and we're in our first iteration, we are seeing that the numbers are dynamic. We are seeing that demand is increasing, that you know, supply, depending on the market, you know, may or may not be meeting that demand. And so we do disagree with the staff proposal of the 8-minute ETA or response time, at least during this first year, because we do believe it's too stringent. That 8-minute proposal, we don't believe is based on any data collected specifically from TNC wave programs as of this moment. And we think that maybe the more prudent approach would be to actually look at the data received by TNCs that have accessible programs and really evaluate that data to determine whether 8 minutes at this point in time is realistically achievable. And I want to emphasize that taking such a strict approach, at least at this juncture, not saying that it would be inappropriate later on down the road, but at least at this initial juncture, might actually be counterproductive, because if TNCs are unable to meet that 8-minute response time or ETA, which you know, is very unlikely at this point in our program, it is a huge disincentive for TNCs to continue investment into these WAVE programs if it becomes abundantly clear that we will be ineligible for offsets or exemptions. And I would like to note that it is our full intention, Lyft's full intention of being able to actually provide accessible service as opposed to simply paying into the access fund. We understand that the statute was written not to mandate TNCs to provide wheelchair accessible vehicle service, but it does mandate us to collect the fee and then remit it into the fund. But there's no mandate whatsoever for us to provide the service. However, that is something that we are actively trying to work on, and it's something that we actively want to do and are doing. We are trying to take a very informed approach as to how we roll out our WAVE program, because community input in terms of the outreach that I've personally done to tons of community stakeholders, as well as many of my colleagues. We've been on the ground meeting with disability rights organizations, disability collaboratives, commissions on disability, both in Northern California and Southern California. And in that process, because we're the ones physically going to those meetings, physically presenting, we have heard feedback, and we have tried to take that feedback and actually implement it into our pilot. So I just would like to note that while I believe that the CPED recommendation is well-intentioned, at least during this initial phase of the rulemaking process, we would ask for flexibility while our data is being collected. I think presumably Lyft and Uber are probably the two biggest players providing WAVE service at this point. So if the commission were to actually look at the data that we're providing and then make a determination at that point, as opposed to kind of an arbitrary 8 minutes, that would probably be the more prudent way to proceed with actually providing WAVE service to the disability community in an effective and meaningful way. And with regard to exemption response times, this is exactly what I was just talking about, awaiting submission of data from current TNC WAVE pilots and programs. It's our position that we should be able to meet the service level requirement for at least 2 quarters before applying for an exemption. The TNCs that achieve the service level response times are exempt, or service level requirements would be exempt for the next year. And there isn't a mandate for TNCs to meet additional requirements during the exempt year. But as I mentioned earlier, it is our intention, at least at Lyft, to hopefully one day get to the point where we are providing the level of service where we can claim an exemption. We do truly believe that we are in a position to provide wheelchair accessible vehicle service, but we would ask for some patience and understanding, at least in the initial phases, at least with the initial iteration of our program, so that we can make tweaks, operational changes in order to make the program most effective, to make it affordable, and to make it reliable for the disability community. And finally, going over the request and review process, There is no statutory requirement to declare an advance intent to use or request offsets, and so Lyft takes the position that we not be required to do so. I think the goal of SB 1376 is that essentially all funds collected are applied to making waves available on TNC platforms. So best case scenario, there actually wouldn't be a huge pot of money in the access fund because that money would have been reinvested into TNCs or other access providers using those funds for wave purposes. We also take the position that the Commission should decide on the offset request prior to fee remittance. And similar to Uber, we have established a fee remittance schedule whereby the initial offset approvals determined by Commission staff, and then any sort of appeal made by a TNC would be determined by the Commission. So here's our proposed fee schedule for the offset. The TNC request for offset would be due 15 days following the quarter end. The staff decision on the offset request would be 30 days following the quarter end. The fee remittance due to the Commission would be 45 days following the quarter end. The TNC appeal of the staff decision, if any, would be 45 days following the quarter end. In the event of a TNC appeal or TNC appeals denial, if the TNC appeals a denial by the staff, the fees remitted for that quarter would be held in an escrow account pending resolution of the appeal. And then at the next voting meeting, the Commission would make a decision on that TNC's appeal. And very similarly, moving on to the request and review process for exemptions, TNCs that achieve the service level requirements are exempt from paying fees collected in that geographic area for the next year. Requests are submitted on an annual basis after the close of the preceding annual period, but before fees are due for the next quarter. Again, the Commission should decide on the request prior to fee remittance, and we should establish a fee remittance schedule similar to the one established for offsets. So looking at the proposed fee schedule for exemptions, to the TNC request for exemption would be due on July 15th, 2020. The staff decision on the exemption request would be made July 30th, 2020. The fee remittance due to the Commission would be 45 days following the quarter end. The TNC appeal of the staff decision, if any, would be 45 days following the quarter end. And again, in the event of an appeal, the fees for that quarter would be held in an escrow account pending resolution. And then finally, a Commission decision on the appeal would occur at the next voting meeting. So that is the content of the presentation, and at this point, we welcome any questions. Thank you.
Got it. Okay. My name is Charlene Arnellis. I'm with the Blind Community Center of San Diego, California Council of the Blind, and I'm also a member of FSTAC. My comment is that based on your presentation, I get the impression that you think of people with disabilities as basically needing wheelchair access. And I want to point out there's a lot of other disabilities that need accommodation but do not necessarily use a non-folding wheelchair. Some use a folding chair, some use walkers, and there are other disabilities who need other types of accommodation but cannot use a regular vehicle without a driver having specific training in how to assist us.
I just want to check if there are any folks that are participating remotely, if they have any questions that have come in through email or would like to ask any questions directly. Remind you that to unmute your own telephone line, you press *6. And then to remute yourself, it's the same pattern, *6. I have questions. It looks like our director has questions too. So, okay. So I'm trying to limit my questions to just clarifications at this point because we're going to have an open discussion in the afternoon where we can get into, I think, more detail. But I wanted to just ask you, so on the proposal about providing the complaint rate per quarter, do you see that as just being like these are the number of complaints we've received from people during that quarter who have received wave service from the company?
Yes.
Okay. But so when you say rate, does that literally just mean the number, not the actual substance of what people are complaining about?
I actually would defer to my colleague, Annette, on that answer.
Yeah, I just want to know your recommendation that complaint rate be used to evaluate offsets. Is that just we received 20 complaints this quarter from passengers who received wave service, and just to provide that number, or would it include the content of the complaint itself?
So we would envision that it would include not only the count of the complaints, but we would bucket it in regards to like certain topical issues, whether it's complaint about securement, vehicle, we would list those out.
Okay. And then I have one clarification. The service level standards, or the response time standards that staff present, there's a percentage for the kind of the baseline response time, and then there's a percentage for double the baseline. So when you mentioned that 8 minutes is too stringent, does that same critique apply to the 75% within double the amount of time?
Yes, so I think our position is that both of those numbers, at least at this initial point in time, and I want to emphasize that I'm talking about this initial year and this initial process while offsets are first being considered and exemptions are first being considered, that yes, it's our position that those would be too stringent at this point. If you're asking me what our position is with regard to a specific number that we would be comfortable with, okay. So yeah, but yes, we believe the 8 minutes is too strict, and we do believe the 16 minutes is too strict. I'm not saying that down the road, once we're able to provide the level of service that we hope to provide, that we will get there. But I think it would be incredibly difficult for TNCs, at least at this point, to reach those levels. And if those are the levels that are established, and it becomes very apparent to TNCs that we therefore would not be eligible for an offset and or an exemption based on those numbers, I think it's also reasonable for a TNC to potentially say, you know what, it's not economically feasible for us to even invest in providing wave service ourselves. So we'll just remit fees collected into the fund. But then our concern is that who's going to provide that service?
I have one.
This is Doug. If I can just jump in on this one. My understanding of what you're proposing in terms of the establishment of the baseline SLR is that we utilize the wave pilot data that you're currently collecting. Can you talk a little bit about the timing of that relative to the timing of the proceeding that we need to go through here, and how that would work with respect to what that baseline would be initially? The other question, part of that is in terms of the specificity of the wave pilot data to your particular operation versus operations of TNCs across the state. Are you suggesting that we only use the pilot data and apply that to all the TNCs or something else?
I think with regard to the timing of that pilot data, I will defer to my colleague Annette and or our colleague Dan Rocky.
Yeah, this is Dan Rocky here on behalf of Lyft. I think it's difficult for us to say when we will have sufficient confidence in the data that it can be extrapolated forward. We would hope to be able to provide some update with the reply comments. I don't think we'll be in a position to take a firm position on timing at that point, but perhaps at the next briefing schedule, we would certainly have more data. But what we're seeing so far is the data is very jumpy. It's very dependent on, currently, as word is getting out about the program, demand is changing all the time, and so supply has to catch up with it. So we're just not confident at this point that the data is sufficiently formed to put a number on it, but we would certainly, do that as soon as we can and as soon as we feel confident the data.
Sure, and I totally understand that in terms of the pilot data. With respect to how we're proceeding on the statutory deadlines that we've got for the initial implementation of the program, I'd be interested in your suggestions about how we grapple with that. Data availability, the ability to have a public discussion about the proposal and the baselines that are being used. That's one of the reasons why we used the data that we did, which was the available data for waves or TNC data overall.
Right, and I think I can speak to that. So first of all, I want to say that CPUC staff did some impressive analysis, and so we want to acknowledge that using the response times for the non-wave service. And we also would applaud them for acknowledging that the response times are very much dependent on the volume of rides in a particular area or in a particular service. But where we would part company is that the conclusion that was reached based on that we can look at the non-wave response times in, say, San Francisco and LA and have confidence that the wave response times will be similar. Because I think what's critical to understand here is that the ability to achieve, say, an 8-minute response time in San Francisco is almost entirely dependent on the massive amount of supply and demand that exists in San Francisco. And what that does is it allows the TNC to position vehicles and disperse them geographically across the city so that barriers such as congestion and stoplights and the like do not, form the same barrier. Now, when you try to convert that or compare that to wave rides, you're just not going to have the same supply. And so you're going to bump up against those intractable issues that there's just simply more traffic and more congestion and more stop signs and stoplights. And so if you look at the volume of wave rides that we are seeing in, say, San Francisco and LA, it's much more akin to the volume of non-wave rides in, say, San Benito, Amador, and Tehama County. And so if you were going to try to base wave response times on non-wave, then what you'd really need to do is compare that to, similar volumes of demand and volumes of rides. I think so. So, for example, coming up with a wave response time in San Francisco, it would be a much closer comparison to look at what is the non-wave in, say, San Benito County. And it's going to be a much more apt comparison. I think you'll still have to make adjustments for the fact that in San Benito you don't have the congestion or the traffic lights, so you would have to probably increase it. But, so if you're seeing 30 minutes in San Benito, you'd probably have to add a little bit to that to account for congestion, but that would be a much closer point of comparison than simply looking at the non-wave rides in San Francisco and trying to extrapolate that out to wave rides.
Yeah, and if I could also just comment, if we're talking about the CPUC recommendation of 8 minutes and then the double response time of 16 minutes, and the data that was used to create those response times was from non-wave rides. If we were to maybe take out all the technical aspects of the calculations that were made and just look at a very simple and fundamental example, or a simple example, I should say. If we are all in this room and half of us, can take a classic rideshare vehicle, a 4-door sedan, and the other half require a wave vehicle, and let's say, for example, are in wheelchairs or need some other sort of assistance. If we are all in this room and we all leave at the same time and we all are going to the airport, the individuals who can take the classic rides, and we're all taking the same route and we all hit the same traffic lights, and it all, basically the route is exactly the same for both the standard rides and the wave rides. If we're all going to the airport, the individuals in the classic or standard vehicles will get to the airport first, and those vehicles will be available for the next ride sooner than those in waves, for the pure fact that the wave vehicles, those passengers, presuming that they're in a wheelchair for purposes of this example, will need assistance, or the drivers will need to provide assistance in terms of helping those passengers load into the vehicle, taking into account the time that it takes to, you know, have the ramp pulled out, when getting to the airport, the time it would take to find a safe space for that passenger to alight, not just, you know, either double parking in a lane and being able to jump out, but actually finding a safe place where that WAVE vehicle would be next to the curb or next to a curb cut for that passenger to get out. So if we're just looking at it with that lens, fundamentally, a WAVE ride just will simply take longer because of the complexities not required of a standard ride.
Yeah, and I do understand that. I mean, I think we're breaking ground in terms of policy and implementation. I think what I'm looking for is practical application as we launch this particular program, and what kinds of data are available that we can use to establish metrics that are objective, that we can use for auditing and measuring purposes, and then how do we use that data to improve on the program moving forward. So, I mean, I definitely appreciate all of your points. I am thinking about, you know, it sounds like there's an agreement that some baseline is necessary. You know, maybe whether it's WAVE-based, non-WAVE-based, that takes into consideration the volumes being served and what assumptions would need to be made. But I just wanted to clarify that piece.
Yes.
I've got other questions, but I wanted to make sure that.
Well, I have one. This is Cody from the PUC. Actually, picking up where Doug left off on the idea of a benchmark. So, in recognition that not all of the TNCs have the same market share and the same capacity to do certain things, was your proposal that TNCs have like a company-specific benchmark that they would have to, that the commission would need to establish, that would be informed by the WAVE service that they provide currently? Is that the idea? Like, not a universal one, but like a company-specific evaluation?
Yeah, I think I can take that. This is Dan Rocky for Lyft. You know, our initial understanding of the statute is that it in order to qualify for an offset, the response time simply has to be reasonable. And what that means for a particular TNC, you know, isn't clear from the statute. We do divine from the statute an intent that the TNC's performance be evaluated against that TNC's own performance in a preceding quarter. Now, whether that's, you know, in the fiscal year to account for seasonality, or whether it's the immediately preceding quarter, we can talk about. We did not envision that there would be baselines, and we don't think that the statute requires baselines. At the same time, we appreciate staff's concern that there be sort of a uniform set of you know, targets that they can use to evaluate, because we also think it's critically important that there be a degree of certainty as to whether there will be reimbursement, because the more uncertainty there is, that's just simply going to reduce the investments and the confidence that the TNC has in getting reimbursed. So I think, you know, it's difficult to find a balance. We do think the statute requires evaluation against that TNC's prior performance, because each TNC has different capabilities and coverage and resources. I'm not sure if that fully answers your question, but.
No, it's helpful, and I want to just kind of acknowledge that in the afternoon, some of the proposals that Lyft has, I'd be really interested to evaluate further, for the reason that I think the kind of holistic approach that you are advancing introduces perhaps more subjectivity in the evaluation and offset request than what staff have proposed. And in recognition of the concern about uncertainty of being granted one, I think that's an important issue to address, because the more subjectivity leads to, I guess, less potential certainty that you might expect from this process. But I would love to evaluate that further with this at this workshop today.
So this is Doug. I had two quick questions. One, there was a slide on the comprehensive approach that had a bunch of metrics, and I wanted to just clarify, those are all metrics that you're proposing CPUC collects as part of this program and measures each of the TNCs against. Is that correct?
I mean, I think we envisioned those as factors that the Commission could consider, right? So
could consider as part of the objective criteria for establishing offsets and
as part of the overall evaluation of whether there has been a, quote, improved level of service. In our mind, that's what that goes to. And one of the things that we're concerned about, as Traci has mentioned, is that if you have a baseline and you require improvement against that baseline every quarter, eventually that will be unsustainable. Right. It also creates disincentives or unfavorable incentives to say, you know, if I know that I have to meet, 4 quarters from now, I have to get to this number, then, and I'm going to be judged against my performance in the prior quarter, it doesn't make sense to invest now. It makes sense to hold that back and stagger the investments so that I can continue to meet those ever-increasing objectives. So.
Are you collecting all this data currently, or is this representing new information that you would need to compile?
We are currently collecting this information.
And then one last question on the exemption response time. I think you had said in order to meet, or you're proposing that to meet the SLR, you would meet it over 2 quarters before applying for an exemption, and then that exemption by statute is good for a year. With respect to that, if I understood that correctly, how do you account for kind of seasonal variability in your services, and does that provide some unlevel playing field in terms of which 2 quarters are being chosen?
I think that remains to be seen. It's certainly a valid question. We think, though, having a track record over 2 full quarters would be sufficient to enable the Commission to determine whether we've met that baseline. And I think if you have a longer period, then what you're effectively doing is saying no one can qualify for an exemption until, 2021, right? Because you would have to have a full year of experience. There's no way a TNC is going to meet that 80% level in the first couple quarters of implementation. And so what you're doing is you're effectively preventing a TNC from qualifying for, until, 18 months, so you do 2 years from now.
So as disclosure, this is my first month at CPUC, so I'm still understanding the data that we have. Is there seasonal variation in the level of service that you believe you'll be able to provide? So, for example, over the holidays or during the summer, are there 2 quarters in which there would be variations in that service level that, we would be interested in capturing in the disposition of an exemption?
I mean, I think we're too early into this process to know for sure how wave demand is going to change seasonally. But I do think that, so for example, for the first opportunity to apply for an exemption, that we would envision we would present data from the first 2 quarters of next year, 2020, and we would not expect significant seasonality differences. They should be fairly consistent. Now, you might expect some differences in, say, December around the holidays, but we would not envision that would be, part of our 2-quarter submission for exemption.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
I have one follow-up question. So, looking back at the offset comprehensive approach slide, you mentioned response times, right, requested to driver accepted, and all the other categories. Do you believe that these will be public consumption, or are they confidential?
It's a very good question. I mean, I think the answer is some of them we would expect to request confidentiality for, like, for example, cost per ride. I think that would go very directly to, the operations of the business, the profitability, and other factors that would be of competitive concern. I don't think we formulated an opinion as to which of those we would request confidentiality for, but we think some of them we definitely would.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, I don't think we have any. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So before moving on to the next scheduled speaker, we're going to go back to the first scheduled speaker presenter, Disability Rights California.
Thank you. I'm Autumn Elliott from Disability Rights California. Disability Rights California is the protection and advocacy system for the state of California. So we're a nonprofit that is mandated under state and federal law to advocate on behalf of people with disabilities. And I want to start by returning us all to the idea of what accessible means. It means that people with disabilities have an equivalent experience to people without disabilities. It's not that they're part of an entirely different world or have an entirely different set of standards that applies to them. And so when we talk about the TNC Access for All Act and why it was enacted and what its provisions are for, they are for achieving that. That is the standard. And so for that reason, response times are critical in this process. The Commission, in order to fulfill the statute, needs to set clear benchmarks on response times that year by year over the time frames set forth in the Access for All Act bring wheelchair accessible vehicles and other services for people with disabilities to the same level that is experienced by other people. We and our partners, DREDF and the Center for Accessible Technology, have set forth a proposal for how to do that. The Commission has received other proposals from both the city, San Francisco and Los Angeles, and also from the CPED staff that would do the same thing. But the theme is there need to be benchmarks on response times that over time bring things to an equivalent level. And the reason for that is people with disabilities want, and the law recognizes that they should have, an experience that is comparable to what happens for other people. So for transportation network companies, that means that you ask for a ride, it arrives within a reasonable amount of time, and it's there when you need to get back. You just can't manage your life or your day without that kind of reliability. You know, to know the ride is going to be there and it's going to be there within a reasonable time. So the statute itself recognizes that and makes clear that response times and availability of wheelchair accessible vehicles are key. The other factors that have been mentioned, you know, things like safety training and not getting your ride canceled on you and not having excessive complaints about denying people who use service dogs, those are all important, but they need to be present in addition to equivalent response times and not instead of. The transportation network companies also need to submit data to the Commission that's sufficient to allow the Commission to set and evaluate those response times and measure whether the other requirements in the statute have been met, and the other requirements that the Commission sets. You know, so for example, regarding availability, availability doesn't just mean that there's some out there. It means that there's coverage in the same way that people without disabilities have coverage. So no matter what time of day or time of week or distribution within a particular geographic area, if there are rides available for people without disabilities, there need to be rides available for people with disabilities too. So, for example, in the staff proposal, there's a suggestion that TNCs should report data monthly by hour, but that in and of itself would leave out variations, for example, between weekends and days of the week. You know, Saturdays may be different from Thursdays, may be different from Sundays. And also, you know, ensuring that there's geographic coverage. For example, in Los Angeles, where I live, having coverage on the west side of Los Angeles it doesn't help if the valley, which is still part of the city of Los Angeles, isn't covered, or if the eastern part of the city isn't covered. We agree that aggregate data is appropriate for sharing with the public, but have consistently taken the position that disaggregated data should be reported to the Commission. And note that in addition to giving the Commission more granular information with which to make these decisions and evaluations, would also be more straightforward from the perspective of the TNCs, because the Commission doesn't only regulate TNCs with respect to access, it does it with regard to other variables, and the Commission could create a comprehensive data set that it requested to address the various ways that it regulates these entities. I want to close by saying that the TNC Access for All Act didn't have to be there at all. The state of California, not to mention the federal government, has long made it clear that businesses of any kind whatsoever need to be accessible to people with disabilities from their inception. And they did that out of recognition of the fact that disability is a natural part of life, and it is inconsistent with our values, and particularly our values as Californians, not to have that kind of equality and that kind of inclusion of people with disabilities and everyone else. And so the TNCs from the get-go should have built their services to be accessible to people with disabilities. And we're only all here today because they didn't do that. They made the very deliberate choice not to include people with disabilities in their business model. And the TNC Access for All Act was a choice by the elected representatives that stand for all of us to say, no, you really do have to do this. And given that, I don't know what to say to Lyft's suggestion that these regulations provide disincentives, that there might be reluctance to make the investments needed to achieve the equality that they've always been required to do. It's the law. It's always been the law. It's always been what we as a society believe in. And we shouldn't still be talking about, is this something that makes financial sense for the TNCs to do? We should be talking about the standard is equality and how do we get there? The same is true for the idea that we should use the availability of wheelchair accessible vehicles that are out there to determine what response rate times are. So, you know, if there aren't that many wheelchair accessible vehicles, maybe we don't look at what the standard is for people without disabilities in San Francisco. Maybe we look at Amador County instead. We shouldn't be looking at what's there and reasoning, letting that limit what's available. The idea is that the standard is equivalent service by the expiration of the TNC Access for All Act. And so the real question is, what is it that we need to do to get there? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
This is Doug. It'll be quick. You had mentioned aggregate level of data is sufficient for public consumption. At what level of aggregation would be most useful for you?
Sure. So that's going to depend on what's being reported. So just to take the example of complaints, we agree that it's highly relevant to this inquiry whether or not a transportation network company is receiving complaints from people with disabilities about their services. But just saying we got 100 complaints last quarter and now we're down to 80 complaints, yay us, that's not sufficient. It doesn't need to be, obviously, Ms. Jones complained about, you know, her driver, Mr. Smith. That's too much detail, but it should be broken, something like complaints should be broken down by category. So, for example, how many complaints were over denial of service dog, how many complaints were over cancellation of a wheelchair accessible ride. That would give the public the level of detail it needs to know in order to understand what's happening.
If there are priorities for levels of data aggregation, given either the metrics that we've presented or the metrics that the TNCs have presented, we'd be interested in that, because that's been a big topic of conversation in terms of what level of aggregation is appropriate.
Sure, and that's something we can think through as we submit our reply comments.
Thank you.
This is Cody from PUC. I have a question and a comment. My question is about the idea of adding the day of the week to the information about presence and availability of wave service. So just to remind folks, the data that we propose to be collected are the number of waves in operation each month by hour of the day, and then secondarily the number and percentage of wave trips completed, not completed, canceled by passenger, canceled due to passenger no-show, and canceled by a driver each month by hour of the day, and by zip code of trip request. So the idea that for the number of waves in operation each month by hour of the day, what we're missing is by both hour of day and by day of the week.
Yes, that's correct.
And then in follow-up to comment, I just want people to be aware that when Commission staff did our response time calculation. We didn't factor in variability by day of week. We just took all of the trips provided by the companies and determined the response time without regard to that day of the week factor. So I just want people to know that, if you didn't already.
Okay, so it looks like there's no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now I want to introduce the next speaker, the SFMTA.
And I just want to do a quick time check too. It's about 11:25. We have 4 more presentations counting SFMTA. So we are going to have a robust discussion in the afternoon. So if there are questions that you think that you might be able to delay asking until later, then just keep that in mind. We're trying to stay on schedule and get folks out for lunch by noon. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you to the Commission, to CPU staff, and SANDAG for hosting us today. My name is Erin McAuliff. I'm the Senior Planner with the Accessible Services Group of the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency, that's SFMTA. I am here today to present the Track 2 proposal of 3 parties that have filed jointly as San Francisco. That is us, SFMTA, the San Francisco County Transportation Authority, and the San Francisco Mayor's Office on Disability. We provide our comments with the intent to shape a program that will incentivize TNCs to provide equivalent levels of service to people with disabilities, most importantly in a timely manner. Wheelchair users have been waiting 10 years for the same convenience as the general public, and this is an opportunity for the Commission to rectify this. And in order to call this program successful, the Commission should be confident that TNCs are consistently providing improved and reliable service from the perspective of the user. Excuse my voice today, I'm a little under the weather. The first set of questions posed in Track 2 covered TNC investment offsets. San Francisco provided responses to all questions, and we also asked the Commission to consider a question that's raised in Track 3 regarding reporting requirements and yearly benchmarks. In order for this program to be effective so that wheelchair users see an improved level of service, it is essential that the Commission establish accurate program benchmarks in each geographic area by which to evaluate offset and exemption requests. And it is essential that the disability community be involved in establishing these criteria. To apply for an offset or an exemption in a specific geographic area, TNCs should submit a publicly available aggregate report that demonstrates key criteria of the Act, including presence and availability of wave service, reasonable response times and trip fulfillment, complaints and nature of complaints, detailed accounting of funds, how investments improve service, efforts to promote and publicize service to the disability community, as well as proof of training. San Francisco submitted example benchmarks within our proposal, as well as a draft public request form, which was titled Exhibit 1. And this form built on one submitted by Uber in both Tracks 1 and 2. These reports are intended to provide the public with an overview of program progress in each area and keep them informed and up to date on progress. Most importantly, all reports and requests should be verified and supported by required regular reporting. As was mentioned in Autumn's presentation, the CPUC should be requiring comprehensive, detailed, disaggregated data from TNCs. We believe on a quarterly basis at a minimum, in order to create a data set that is useful to meet multiple needs, including evaluating the TNC Access for All Act, and as well as things like the Clean Mile Standard. This will reduce the burden on both the CPUC and TNCs rather than requiring multiple reports with multiple sets of disjointed data. Quarterly offset requests should be due to the CPUC within the same time frame as funds are due. And as mentioned, requests should include a completed and publicly available standardized request report. Initial offset requests should be presented to the full commission for review as a Tier 3 advice letter. While offsets need not be capped per se, it is important to retain sufficient funding to administer the program. These administrative costs should be determined at the outset and subtracted from the fund prior to the determination of allowable offset amounts. If the CPUC determines that additional funds are needed, it should consider other options, such as identifying funds available through FECTA, or if necessary, raising the amount of the access fund fee. Finally, TNC should only be able to request offsets for costs that are in excess of what it costs to provide the same trip in a non-wheelchair accessible vehicle, less the fare that is collected. Monies distributed from the access fund should be clearly linked to providing wave service and not subsidize costs related to a TNC's current business model or other programs. In order to receive an exemption in a geographic area, TNCs must meet the 80% service level requirements as stated by the Act, which we believe should be based on the response time for the general public for 4 consecutive quarters. 4 consecutive quarters shows the stability and reliability of the program and accounts for seasonality. Exemption requests should also be submitted in a standardized format with a public report that is then verified by comprehensive regular data reporting requirements. And if a TNC receives an exemption, it should continue to submit reports throughout the year in order to remain accountable to the public. The third set of responses presented in our proposal pertain to issue 3, the disbursement of access funds. First, per the legislation, access providers are any entity that directly provides or contracts with another entity to provide on-demand transportation. Limiting the definition of access provider further than this would severely limit the ability of transportation providers to fill in gaps left by TNCs. Second, the CPUC regularly engages third-party entities to assist with program administration, and the drafters of the Act had the foresight to provide staff with the opportunity to engage help from experienced third parties. The slide following this one is simply just an excerpt of a table provided by San Francisco in our proposal. We have listed all functions we anticipate are necessary to administer the program, as well as the appropriate entities that can perform those functions. We request that CPU staff provide some more insight into their capacity to perform each function and their plan for engaging third parties for each of these. Finally, while there need not be a fixed maximum or minimum amount of funding to be dispersed to an access provider in response to an application, the amount of funding available should be dependent on the needs of the geographic area and the total amount of funds available in that area. The Commission could provide general program guidance with final criteria to be determined by the entity administering the fund, as long as the decision is consistent with the purpose of the access fund, which is to increase wheelchair accessible, demand responsive transportation to wheelchair users. Per figure 3 in our comments, we recommend that the entity administering disbursements should be a local planning agency, or at the very least, an entity with expertise working with the local community on these issues. The final set of questions pertain to TNC wave ownership. We do believe the CPUC should allow TNCs to own their own accessible vehicles to provide wave service if it will result in better service to people who use wheelchairs, although it seems this question has been resolved by CPUC staff with the TCP permit. And regarding training and safety of vehicle equipment, we believe this should be a part of the permitting process for all TNCs and other service providers operating waves, and not simply part of the offset and exemption considerations. Right. Thank you for your time. I'm open to taking any questions. Thanks.
I just have one question. Is the collective SF party's position that money from the access fund shouldn't be made available for hiring an independent entity? I just wanted to make sure, because you mentioned PUCTRA, which is definitely a source of money, but I didn't know if you had taken the position that the access fund money should, I guess, at the level of the fee amount today, should not be used for independent entities. I just wasn't sure.
We requested that CPUC determine how much the cost would be, and then reduce the offsets available by the cost of administration. Otherwise, they should, and if that's excessive or there wouldn't be enough money in the fund, we would ask you to look at funds available through BUCJAR raising the access fund fee.
Got it. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I guess no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
So next, I want to welcome LA Metropolitan Transportation Authority.
Thank you. Good morning, and thanks to the CPUC and SANDAG for hosting this workshop. My name is James Andrew. I am a manager of planning at the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority. We have not submitted comments yet on the Track 2 issues, but we had submitted previous comments in the Track 1, many of which cover some of the issues that we're discussing today. Primarily, we want to voice our support for the excellent work that the CPED staff has done in its proposals on the Track 2 issues. And we want to, I think we agree with most of the parties here, or all of us, that the approach to issues must retain the goal of accessible, on-demand service, and nothing other than that is motivating any of these comments. We agree that the offsets should be capped to an appropriate amount, and we would allow the CPED to determine what that amount should be to be able to administer the program or to find other funds. This is going to be a complex undertaking, and it's going to require resources to be able to do it effectively. We believe that the Commission should adopt service level benchmarks and rules for obtaining offsets before granting those offsets, and that TNCs should be allowed to contract directly with wheelchair accessible vehicle service providers and receive offsets for those contracting expenses. On the TNC offset requirements, we support the benchmarking approach that we also proposed in our initial comments, that it is progressive, starting with a somewhat more modest amount at the first year and eventually getting to equivalent service as mandated by the law. We support the staff recommendation on response times and progressive implementation. Of course, there's a lot of complications involved in doing that, so I welcome a lively discussion on how that could be done. In our initial comments, we had proposed benchmarks that were related directly to the response times provided for the general public, and so if those are different in different counties or they may differ by year, if 1 year the service is higher or lower for the general public, that should perhaps be adjusted as well for wheelchair accessible vehicles. We support the staff recommendations on evidence of driver training and safety inspections and make them subject to all TCP regulations. So the CPUC could consider additional measures of improved service, as we've heard of, such as complaints and other types of metrics. But availability of service and response times in particular are actually pointed out in the law and should be the focus of the benchmarking. The criteria for meeting offset requirements should be simple enough to enforce. Otherwise, I think it would be impossible to be able to litigate and make sure that the law is being implemented fairly if it is not something that is manageable by a public entity. We support the staff recommendation to require zip code level data on response times by decile and waive availability by hour. And the exemption process and requirements, I think it makes sense to tie those to the offset requirements, and that the TNCs should be authorized to have an exemption if they meet the final standard, and that they should continue to report that data. On administration of the Access Fund, for any funds left over, we support the staff recommendation on administration of the fund. The CPUC staff should develop application process, but The specific criteria may need to be context sensitive, so that may need to be different in different counties, whether they be urban counties or rural counties. So that some of that work may best be delegated to those with better knowledge of those needs and the transportation services that are available. Access providers should be subject to the same reporting and other requirements as TNCs for offsets. TNCs, since TNCs can receive offsets, they should not be eligible for access fund monies after those offsets have not been have been distributed, unless they have received an exemption. And then I think that I would support the CPUC's recommendation to allow them to apply for access fund monies if they have already exempt. Finally, on the question of an independent entity, we believe that the CPUC staff should use funds from the Access Fund to hire an independent entity to monitor data, conduct analysis, and administer the benchmarking system. Because of the complexity of the work, it's something that would require people with a lot of expertise and enough funds to be able to do a adequate job. The reports of this independent entity should be available to Access Fund administrators as well as to CPUC. And as far as who the independent entities could be private firms with expertise, or I think has been put forward previously, a university research center. We have many excellent transportation research centers in the University of California and Cal State system. So that's potentially another source of expertise. And thank you again for the opportunity to comment on this proceeding.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, no questions. Thank you. So we have two more presenters. They both don't have any PowerPoint slides. One of them is actually going to be presenting via remotely. So Marilyn Golden from Disability Rights Education and Defense. Yeah, so we're going to actually postpone this to the after the next one. So Amy Calabas from Access to Independence.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor and a privilege to be here to be able to speak in these meetings representing my colleagues and consumers, friends and family with disabilities as the state of California continues to move closer to full equality for people with disabilities who require wheelchair accessible vehicles in the realm of transit network companies and ride sharing. My name's Amy Calabas. I'm the Director of Programs at Access to Independence. We're the local Center for Independent Living in San Diego County. We work collaboratively with people with disabilities to partner with them to achieve their independent living goals. A core component of the work we do is advocacy, not only on a one-on-one level with our consumers, but also on a systems level as it relates to public policy that directly affects equality for people with disabilities. Equal access to on-demand transportation for people who require wheelchair-accessible vehicles has been on our radar as a systems change issue for several years. This is an issue that affects our employees and consumers, contributing to a lack of full community access and participation for them. And I can say that as a person with a vision impairment, TNC services have exponentially increased my ability to live independently and access my community. They've had a significant impact on my ability to work and to socialize. This has not been the case for many other people with disabilities, specifically those who use wheelchairs and mobility devices. As I comment in these proceedings, I'll continue to amplify the voices of people with disabilities like my coworker, who told me that she wasn't able to go out to a restaurant with her daughter this past New Year's Day because she couldn't request a paratransit ride in advance due to her daughter not being able to confirm her schedule at work. When she called Uber, they told her they don't offer service to power wheelchair users. What does TNC Access for All mean to her? She said, it's great. Now people who use wheelchairs can have a social life. Another coworker told me wave accessibility for TNCs would be a game changer for him. He said that up to this point, he hasn't even tried to use TNC services because he's heard negative stories from his friends who use wheelchairs. He said he's decided not to use TNCs and risk being stranded without a ride or worse. He currently utilizes fixed bus route, light rail, as well as paratransit services. He said those options work for him, but they have their problems, specifically the length of time it takes to get around and the lack of services after hours and on the weekends. He said that on-demand wave-accessible services would cut down on his travel time significantly and be a reliable solution for travel after hours. He said, quote, "This is the best solution for me and would solve the problems for most of my friends. I hope that everything that needs to be done for this can be settled so there can be access for all of us." These are a couple of the many, many examples of the impact on-demand TNC wave service will have on wheelchair users in California. As my other colleagues have mentioned, this is why we're here and why it's so imperative that the people who desperately need access to these services are at the table as we discuss how to implement. I had a few comments regarding the Track 2 discussion we're having today, but my colleagues at Disability Rights California and the other transit agencies have covered them pretty well. For example, that CPUC should establish crucial benchmarks before allowing TNCs to take offsets and exemptions. I also think it's important when we're talking about response times to factor in when drivers cancel rides. It has to be taken into account when you're calculating response time. If a rider's trying to reach a destination, the TNC response time starts when they make their first request. They may have 5 cancellations after that, but the response time should be based on the first request, because we have gotten feedback from people with disabilities who are using the existing wave services that there are a lot of cancellations. Driver training has been mentioned by everyone. Obviously, Access to Independence thinks that that's very important. Specifically working with people who use wheelchairs and how to provide that level of safety and comfort. Obviously, other access providers should be allowed to utilize these funds. I want to touch very strongly on, the Commission seeking input from people with disabilities who use wave transit services about their individual experiences using those services as we implement this. I think that that's very key and very important as we're looking at benchmarks and complaints and all these different aspects of implementation, that we need to hear from the people that are actually using these services what the issues are. My organization is very much willing to talk with the TNCs, work with the Commission to be a part of that. I will point out that I was connected to representatives from Lyft, including Traci, by a CIL, Center for Independent Living in Berkeley, and we had a great conversation, asked a lot of questions, and I just hope that that continues and that other TNCs engage with Centers for Independent Living, Disability Rights California, other disability service providers and advocacy groups, because we're the ones through our work with our consumers as well as our fellow staff members with disabilities will have a lot of feedback about these services. And that is it for my presentation.
Thank you. So any questions? No questions. Okay, so we're going to time check. So it's 11:48. We have time for one more. We're going to open it up to Marilyn Golden from Disability Rights Education and Defense, and she will be calling in.
Golden? That's an idea. Is anyone interested in hearing your compatibility?
What Mr. HLAA is.
Okay, it's pretty limited.
Yeah.
There's actually still a lot of work being done in that area, which is surprising to me. I kind of thought that would have been, all done by now. But Linda Vandeloop, my colleague, works very closely on that kind of stuff with CPIA.
Oh, yeah.
to,
Testing, is it possible to hear me? Testing, can you hear me? Okay, good. I understand that I can be heard. I hope my volume is all right and you can let me know if there's a problem. I can no longer hear the meeting or anyone else for some reason. So thank you very much. I'm Marilyn Golden, Senior Policy Analyst with the Disability Rights, Education, and Defense Fund. We're a national law and policy center on,
Marilyn, can you hear us?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay, so we have just postponed your presentation till the afternoon.
Okay.
We have.
Yeah, the time has gone by, so understood.
Okay, yay, I'm glad you can hear us. Okay, so we're going to reconvene at 1 o'clock, and then you can do your presentation then. Is that okay?
Okay, do we call back in or do we stay on?
We're going to leave it open so you can stay on. Yeah, because we don't want you to disconnect again.
Okay, got it.
Are you on your cell phone or a
No, this is a landline.
Landline. So would you be okay, though, for an hour of putting, I guess, just holding?
Sure, that's not a problem.
Oh, wait, hold on. To call him back again? Okay, so I think we'll let you go. You can hang up first, and then we will text you. I think Annette will, Autumn will text you a few minutes before we start and to test it out one more time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Marilyn.
Is that true for all the callers to hang up?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, now I can.
Now you can, yes.
I couldn't at one point.
Even during the presentations?
No, just when you started to try to hear me.
But before, were you able to the presenters at least?
Yes. Oh, yes. No, I
Yeah.
heard the whole meeting.
Okay. Yeah. Good.
Up
Okay.
until we were trying to connect.
Okay. Great. So we will text you a few minutes before 1 o'clock to test it one more time.
Thank you so much. I'll call in at like 5 of 1.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us for the afternoon portion of today's workshop. Our apologies for running a little bit behind schedule. We wanted to convene at 1 o'clock, but we're not too far off. So picking up where we left off, we do have one more presentation, which due to some technical difficulties, we weren't able to arrange before the lunch break. But this presentation would be by Marilyn Golden of the Disability Rights Education and Defense Fund. And I'm going to confirm with folks in my group that she's online and ready to go. Marilyn, are you here?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much for indulging us with some of the hiccups this morning, but we are looking forward to your presentation, and feel free to get started whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. As Cody said, I'm Marilyn Golden, Senior Policy Analyst at the Disability Rights Education and Defense Fund. We're a national law and policy center on disability civil rights. I want to make some points from our opening comments and a couple of other key issues. I don't know if this is, first of all, I don't know if this is still a live issue, but our comments emphasize that it's urgent that the Commission establish benchmarks, critical benchmarks, before allowing TNCs to take offsets and exemptions. If the benchmarks aren't defined first, there's nothing to really keep a check on the use of the funds to provide the kind of service that the law requires. Second, I want to say that response time is extremely important, as is trip fulfillment and as are strong benchmarks in general. But it's appropriate to emphasize response time, which is really the characteristic that makes TNC service what it is and why so many people use it. And it really needs to be similar when we get to people with mobility disabilities who require a waive. I also want to encourage the Commission to seek wheelchair users' input on what counts as a reasonable response time for us, depending on where we are in the state. 3, regarding data. The staff comments recommended statistics by decile, which is a really excellent point. We understand it means not averaging. Averaging can mask instances of excessive wait time, so we want to appreciate that point. A little more later on data. 4, the disability advocates, including DREDF, agree with the San Francisco Taxi Workers Alliance comment that, as they put it, Uber had previously proposed that driver cancellations not be counted in determining whether response time has been met. That would make a mockery of the requirement. A driver with a vehicle is not truly present and available, which is a verbatim standard from the statute, if drivers cancel waive ride requests until the person seeking a ride gives up. So the TNC response time must begin when the rider makes their first request. The Taxi Workers Alliance also pointed out the importance of passenger cancellations, and Uber responded, TNCs do not have control over when a rider chooses to cancel a trip, unquote. That may be true. However, passenger cancellations should at least be considered when they occur after the first ride's response time has elapsed. A passenger who has waited an unacceptably long time for TNC service may find another way to travel or may abandon their trip entirely. Such rider cancellations, especially when the rider first requested the same trip more than once, may well reflect service failures that should at least be considered when making decisions about the adequacy of TNC service. Going to a point in Uber's comments under 1I, Uber stated, generally a Wave provider would have the expertise to satisfy requirements of their vehicles and employee obligations. Dredif has to respond, maybe sometimes, but Uber states this in a context that suggests the Commission should automatically defer to Wave providers' performance as acceptable, talking about companies that TNCs hire that are used to providing wheelchair-accessible vehicle service. They should not automatically be taken as, performing acceptably. We have to strenuously disagree that that always happens. Sometimes they do. But often in other forms of transit that these same companies are hired to deliver, we've experienced gross deficiencies, MV in Uber's case and First in Lyft's case. They must be very rigorously monitored, including on such basic things as vehicle access and employee obligations. Okay, moving on. Our comments say, and all the disability advocates, SFMTA as well, a number of groups have pointed out that when offsets are taken, TNCs should only be able to count costs that exceed what it costs to provide the same trip in a non-Wave vehicle. We saw, particularly in this morning's presentations as well as in TNC comments, all kinds of costs being put forward as legitimate for using the fee collected under the TNC Access for All Act, including things like market research. It's really important that the costs be those which exceed providing actual trips, the same trip in a non-Wave vehicle. The extent to which Wave vehicles cost more, that's whether it's the vehicle, whether it's paying the drivers for training time or whatever is directly related to that trip. Also, back to data, TNCs must be required to provide detailed documentation to the Commission, and all reported data needs to be available to the general public. Now, our comments go into some detail on this. I want to particularly say now that Dredif has supported San Francisco's Exhibit 1, submission of what they call Exhibit 1, a reporting sheet to provide, which will provide a public aggregate snapshot of TNC Wave activity. But in addition, there also is a clear need for comprehensive, detailed, disaggregated data for all TNC trips to verify TNC's reports. Further, we want to go a step further with many decades of experience behind it, that comprehensive monitoring would also mean going beyond on-paper data to some kind of spot check audits by whatever third party the Commission designates, such as a local agency. The disability community has learned the hard way how much oversight is needed to really get transportation that measures up to the kind of service the law requires. That brings me to a comment that appeared in Lyft's opening comments, which was this. The inclusion of particular accountability measures, the inclusion of such accountability measures does not, however, transform funds collected by TNCs from their own passengers into public funds subject to the control or approval of local agencies or disability rights advocates. That was a quote from Lyft's comment. DREDF must respond based again on decades of experience with private and public entities alike, that there can be no accountability if data is not subject to rigorous, fair, independent evaluation by another knowledgeable entity such as the Commission or a local agency. And further, that despite what Lyft was saying there, disability rights advocates have not asked for control or approval of funding. We've only asked for what everyone else has come to expect. That is effective on-demand service. Effective on-demand service may require public oversight and a change in who provides the service, which may in turn mean that the funds are being collected for a public purpose. In fact, they're being collected pursuant to public legislative action to correct the private wrongs of the past. And we think that's very key in these deliberations. To move on to other access providers, the TNC Access for All Act also allows other access providers to obtain funding generated by the Act if TNCs don't meet the Act standards. It's important for the CPUC to clarify that these access providers are not limited to being TNCs alone, which would be a nonsensical interpretation of the Act and would limit the scope of providers needed by the disability community. It doesn't matter if they're regulated by the CPUC. What matters is that they provide effective service to people who need wave access. And in terms of one last related point, in terms of the Commission engaging the use of MPOs and county transit associations, et cetera, doing that in no way, to quote Lyft's comments, allows those local entities to divvy up funds to affiliated organizations, unquote. Furthermore, governmental entities, MPOs, county transit associations, et cetera, should be able to be considered as access providers. In DREDF's experience, they are sometimes the best service providers. And in terms of making decisions about service in their county, they are very likely some of the fairest of regulators we could possibly have. We have to flatly disagree with TNCs that such agencies should be categorically excluded as decision makers. Doing that would deprive the Commission of many of California's most highly suitable entities for the job. Oh, and one last thing, the Commission should formally seek input from wheelchair users across California with their experience with using WAVE services funded by this Act as it is implemented. And that will help tell the Commission a lot, perhaps, you know, as much as the data you receive. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Marilyn. Any questions for Marilyn?
This is Cody from the PUC. I want to note that if you are watching remotely, there is an error on the slide about questions and comments from remote participants. apparently pressing *6 on your phone to unmute and remute your individual line is not working. Discovered this is due to an upgrade in the WebEx system that we currently use from what the system allowed for previously. So in the alternative, we are still able to receive comments and questions by email to transportation programs at cpuc.ca.gov. So if you do have comments and you're able to submit them by email, we'd be happy to read them aloud and to facilitate responses. But we apologize for the misunderstanding on how the telephone line would work. And I also want to take this moment to identify that we have some attendees from SANDAG's Social Services Transportation Advisory Committee. So I just want to recognize those committee members first. I think actually we only have one right now because the gentleman who was here earlier had to leave, but I'd like to give Ms. Ornelas an opportunity to introduce herself and to make any kind of comments or questions about what has been discussed so far today.
Okay. The first thing I want to mention is in regards to what you just said, if a person who is on a telephone who would want to have some input, they can get a hold of email through somebody and get them in at a later date. Not even if we don't read them today, your input would still be wanted. I'm sorry,
no, thank you so much for mentioning that.
Okay. Yes, I have been, my name is Charlene Ornelas. I've been I've been doing transportation, accessibility, consulting, and advising since 1984 to do with the trolleys originally and the buses, and then branching out and getting into now the social services as well. I am aware of a lot of different disabilities, which helps in talking about having special vehicles and people who use wheelchairs needing those and kind of indicating they were the ones who would use them. I would like people to think that there are other disabilities that may require a ramp to enter or a lift, because people who are, as the term is called, vertically challenged, which means a person who might be shorter in nature than the average person would be to an extent that it affects their life, may need a ramp to get into the chair, into the vehicle. They may also need something like a bench to step on so they can get up on the seat. And watch a little kid get on a seat. You want to see an adult do it? You know, it's not a very dignified way to get up on a seat when you can't do anything else. So it also needs to include all disabilities. People who are blind need a driver who will recognize me and let me know that they're my driver, and also be willing or able to escort me or show me where the door is of where I'm going. I don't expect inside the building, but there's sometimes a lot of doors, sidewalks, which one is it? Or I've got a whole wall of something. Where is the door that I need? A person who is deaf may need somebody who's understanding and is ready to communicate with written, with also the understanding that all people who are hard of hearing and deaf are literate, because of the difference in the language of interpreted language and the spoken language. So there are a lot of different elements that need to be taken into consideration in teaching, and each person within those disabilities has a big variety. It's like people talk about the wheelchair, people using power wheelchairs, and, oh, you have such a trouble driving. I say the power wheelchair works like a game using a joystick. If that little arrow or whatever you're trying to move around went to where you wanted to, every time you would have really high scores, and you don't. Why? Because it doesn't always respond equally. So when a person is driving a wheelchair with a joystick, it does not always respond the way the person intended. So be patient.
Thank you so much. I also wanted to relay the comments from Mr. Kent Rogers, who's also a member of the Social Services Transportation Advisory Committee, but he had to leave for the afternoon portion of our event. But he asked me to convey that he was very enthusiastic about the implementation of Senate Bill 1376 and thought that there was a lot of potential for improving the transportation options for people with disabilities. He also had questions for the TNCs that are in attendance today, which were that given that WAVE pilot's already underway, he was curious about how certain counties were selected for initial pilot service. And his second question was when and whether any WAVE pilot programs are currently planned to be launched in San Diego. So those are his questions and comments, and I would invite the folks from the TNCs to respond to these questions.
So this is Kimberly Harvish from Uber. In terms of the markets that we selected to launch our pilot program in, which are LA County and then the San Francisco metropolitan area, so including the San Francisco County, but the surrounding counties as well. We looked to launch initially in the most populous areas, so we could gain learnings there first. In terms of timelines for expanding to San Diego, I don't have specific timelines to speak to at this time.
Annette Tran from Lyft. Similarly, Lyft shows San Francisco County and LA County due to the density of population. As the pilot program is progressing, we are hoping to take learnings from both of those counties, and if, based on what we've learned from those counties, decide at a later time what would make sense to expand.
Okay, thank you. With that, we are moving on to the open discussion portion of today's agenda. So I'm going to turn it over to Anna to help facilitate the open discussion portion of today's workshop.
Okay, so for the open discussions, we're going to talk about the TNC offsets and exemptions, as well as access fund and access providers, and vehicle safety and driver training. So we're going to go through the request and review process for the TNC's offsets and exemptions. We've included questions from the ruling in track 2 to help facilitate the discussion. So I'm going to go ahead and read the questions in case people on the phone don't have copies of the PowerPoint in front of them. So the questions are, how and when should offset requests be presented to the Commission? How should offset requests be approved? Should offsets be capped a certain amount or percentage each quarter? Should offset eligibility be applied retroactively beyond the immediately preceding quarter? If so, how would the retroactive application work? To avoid potential instability in access fund funding, use, and availability, should TNCs be required to state their advance intent to use or request offsets? If so, how far in advance? For a TNC that receives an offset, when should reports as required by Section 5440.5 be submitted? What additional information, if any, should be included in these reports, and should the reports be publicly available? Currently, TNCs are not permitted to own vehicles or contract with transportation providers for vehicles used in their operation, as provided in Decision 1309.045. How should the Commission reconcile the above statute with current regulations? So I open it up for discussion.
I certainly have questions, but I'm very happy to be patient and give folks an opportunity either here in the room or participating remotely if they can contact us by email to just identify any issues related to the process of requesting and reviewing an offset or exemption. I'm not seeing a lot of people jumping at this opportunity, so with that we can start to ask some of our questions.
I'd like to direct a question to the disability access community. You know, we talk a lot about the nuances of the offset and exemption criteria. Is this something that is of concern or of interest to you in terms of the process that, the kind of the administrative process that takes place? And if so, if you can kind of highlight where, and I know that you've covered some of the comments earlier, but just in terms of like the engagement of the process part of it, how these things actually take place, at what level of detail you're interested and any issues that you see.
I have one. Yeah, this is Charlene, and I have one, and that is, as you're getting the information out, which is part of all this, that you make sure that it's in a multiple ways of communication. Putting it in newspapers and flyers does not mean that it's going to get to all people with a disability.
And you're talking about information related to how the program is going to work.
Yeah, just all the information.
Outreach and...
So people will know what to expect and what not to expect.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. This is Autumn Elliott from Disability Rights California. I think the disability community is very interested in this being a public process so that folks have assurance that there is oversight and that the money really is going to its intended public purpose, you know, that, and kind of on multiple levels. So that, for example, to the extent it's going towards offsets, that it's actually going to things that make a difference and actually get people with disabilities rides, that it's going to offset costs that represent the increment between a standard ride and an accessible ride, and not being counted for things that would be part of any ride. You know, the folks in the disability community want to make sure that there is enough information provided so that there's assurance that what's being said is verifiable, and also that there's enough information to make sure that the benchmarks that are set out, number one, are the correct ones, and number two, that they really are being met.
Thank you. Any other comments?
This is Cody from the Public Utilities Commission. I have a couple questions. First is about the process for receiving and responding to offset requests. So staff's recommendation is that we use the advice letter process that the Commission utilizes for other regulated entities. The way that we have proposed the initial decision making would be based on staff's review, which in a lot of the other industries that the Commission regulates are classified as what's called a Tier 2 advice letter, which means that staff make a determination on the request within a certain period of time, and if the entity disagrees or another interested stakeholder disagrees with staff's request, then they can ask the Commission to review the disposition of the advice letter, in which case staff would need to prepare a resolution for Commission action, which is generally what a Tier 3 advice letter entails. So the reason that staff think this is the appropriate mechanism is that it is public, it is transparent, it does provide due process to the TNC if staff recommend denial. So this is, I think, a superior option over creating something completely new and unique for this program, because that would require creating a whole bunch of rules around a completely new process. And I think given the timing of certain decisions under the statute and the speed at which some of the parties would like their requests to be, for offsets to be addressed, the Tier 2 advice letter is the way that we think satisfies the parties' goals of having a timely resolution, but one that also doesn't subject them completely to the position that staff takes on the request. So I just wanted folks to be aware that we kind of view this as a Tier 2 advice letter based on how other industries dispense of those requests. The other topic that I wanted to address was the capping of offsets. So the primary reason that staff have raised this as an issue of concern is because offsets and exemptions have different levels or different, I guess, standards of service expected. So is there adequate reason to be concerned that the potential offset process could be, I'm going to use air quotes for the folks that are on the phone, gamed in a way that the law never intended? So if you want to reduce your remittance by the maximum amount, but you haven't satisfied the criteria for the exemption, should there be some recognition of that possibility in the offset process? Because I've heard from the presentations today, there isn't a strong, I guess, emphasis on the need for capping offsets in any manner. I think the exception was that LA Metro at least agreed with it in concept. So I'm very interested to explore to what extent staff's recognition of maybe offsets and exemptions being distinguished further, whether there's any, whether that's as important of an issue as perhaps it, that we've perhaps made it out to be. I look forward to any comments on that topic.
This is Dan Rocky for Lyft. Lyft doesn't believe that there's any need for caps, and we don't think any caps are supported in the language of the statute. And you know, we certainly don't think that it's necessary to cap them in order to distinguish between the offset and the exemption mechanism, because they're very different mechanisms with different intent. So as we read the statute, the intent of the offset mechanism is to incentivize early aggressive investments. And those offsets will be effectively capped by the amount of funds that are collected within that quarterly period. Now, but all the offset does is allow the TNC to then offset the expenses incurred in that quarter against what the fees are that have to be submitted for that quarter. In contradistinction, the exemption is sort of held out as this carrot that if you can achieve accessibility, if you can meet the SLRs at the 80% level, then you're exempt from paying over the fee, any of the fees that you collect to the commission for an entire year, right? So it's a significant carrot that's laid out there and we understand it as being significant because that's the ultimate goal of the statute, right, is that all the TNCs become accessible and meet those guidelines. And so the reward for that is that irrespective of how much you spend, the TNC is allowed to keep the amounts that are collected and doesn't have to keep reapplying every quarter. It gets at least a year before it would have to apply again. So we don't think that caps are either warranted in the statute or necessary to distinguish between offsets and exemptions.
Thank you. So the idea that the achievement of exemption and the relief from having to every 3 months ask the government for permission that the money you spent was appropriately spent and you don't have to pay out of pocket is sufficient incentive that we shouldn't be concerned about, say, in LA, any given company collecting $1 million in fees, but if they can't meet that 80% within a designated response time standard, that they're going to say, well, we spent, you know, $999,999, or we spent almost $100,000, but almost reducing everything that they would have otherwise owed but by providing a much lower level of service than a exemption would entail.
Yeah, I understand your point. I think it's not that easy to game the system, right? I mean, it's not that easy to predict to the penny what the expenses are going to be and what the response rates are going to be, so we don't really see that as a significant concern.
This is Autumn Elliott from Disability Rights California. The disability advocates do support such a cap for this exact reason, that obtaining an offset of most or all of the funds shouldn't be a means to do an end run around the exemption requirements. We would add that that's related to our support of a Tier 3 advice letter as being the appropriate level. For a few reasons, and one is that this is a remedial statute and a remedial effort to try to address years and years of noncompliance and of efforts to avoid providing equal access. And so that is one of the reasons that kind of the higher process is important. And then second, just given the newness of this effort by the Commission, that also is a reason to, at this point in time at least, make it a Tier 3 level. We did note in our comments, and I'll note it here, that you know, even for any one provider, the Tier 3 level might only be necessary the first time, and that subsequent applications or requests could be at a lower level of review.
This is Erin McAuliff with SFMTA. Cody, I just had a question regarding the Tier 2 advice letter, and you mentioned that was better than creating something new and unique. And I'm curious, among the proposals from the parties, what would be new or unique in this area?
So the advice letter process has like a full set of rules for how they are submitted, made publicly available, the dispositions track, what the appeals process is, how decisions can be made, the timing. All of those things are well established by the Commission itself. If we were to utilize kind of a new application package, either the way that some of the TNCs proposed or San Francisco, it introduces more decision-making into a process that we think already exists at the Commission to deal with these types of requests. So the Commission would have to decide what the appeals process would be for this type of application that doesn't fit into any new category. So we think it's just a better approach to use an established process rather than to ask the Commission to develop rules for a process that otherwise it doesn't already have.
Sure. So can we get down to the details then and what's in that package, and what would be available to the public to understand what? You
mean for offsets or for?
Yes, for offsets.
So what would be contained in the package? So staff presented what we think needs to be included in an offset request, which is the metrics on response times, the presence and availability of drivers, and driver training and vehicle inspection. So those are the types of, and then that the data that we use to substantiate those demonstrations be made publicly available in the advice letter.
Sure. So it seems then that the exhibits submitted by parties, including San Francisco, are just a variation of what CPED staff proposed then? Yeah, so we could, I think the Commission could adopt kind of the content that the parties are proposing, but the actual like format and the rules that govern the process, we think that the Commission should use what it already uses for regulated entities rather than try to design something unique for the Access for All program. But the types of questions, the type of information,
those are the kinds of things that the commission could order be addressed in the advice letter, but just the actual mechanism for furnishing and dispensing of the request would be using that established process.
Sure.
Or at least that's what we recommend.
Sure. So we are in support of adopting that mechanism. It's really just the content and making sure that goes through a public process to make sure it includes information that's valuable to the public in order to understand the program.
Yeah. So the contents of the offset request, and that's kind of why we bifurcated the discussion into here's like just the forum, the mechanism to make the request, and then kind of the next slide will be like, okay, what does it need to include? But I do want to just acknowledge that the difference between a Tier 3 and Tier 2, where Tier 3 staff don't decide, we just write a resolution that would go to the commission that would contain our recommendation. Tier 2 is staff decides, and then the commission can be utilized to review staff's determination. They're similar, but there's an important distinction.
This is Dan Rocky for Lyft. We haven't taken a position yet on the advice letter process. We're still trying to understand fully what are the implications of importing all of the various rules from General Order 96B into this process. Certainly our understanding is that typically advice letters have been used historically for specific industries, and there are a set of specific rules applicable to each of those industries. So if we start using advice letters for transportation, do we then need to create a set of rules for transportation division, which would then require another rulemaking? That's one concern that we have. Another concern is that the advice letters are by default made public. We think that there may be a need to submit some information confidentially. So that would be a concern. Another concern that we have is that our understanding of GO 96B is that any member of the public can file a protest, and certainly while there should be public input, we're concerned about the set of timelines that go along with the protest. As I understand it, the public would have 20 days to protest, and there's a period of 5 days for a response, and then if staff doesn't make a decision within 5 days, then it can open up a whole longer period of up to 4 months. If a decision hasn't made then, it opens up another 6-month period. And what we're very concerned about is that by interjecting these additional opportunities for delay, then you're creating uncertainty and you're defeating the purpose of the offset mechanism, which is to give TNCs the incentive to invest with the expectation that, you know, if they do it the right way and they make progress and produce a good service, that they're going to be reimbursed. And so I think all of those potentially introduce a lot of uncertainty that could work across purposes to the objectives of the statute.
I have a response to at least your first question, and then some things to follow up on the timing. So to your question about whether, as part of the decision, if the commission were to allow the advice letter process to be used for offsets, whether at the same time we would have to establish an entire set of industry division rules for transportation, our position is no. The commission could simply order that the advice letter be process used for a very defined, limited purpose, because we found precedent where the commission did exactly that for transportation carriers. But it is the case that unlike some of the other divisions at the commission that are largely involve either monopoly regulation or tariffed entities, they adhere to a set of industry division rules that doesn't exist for transportation. But our conclusion is that the commission could authorize the advice letter process be used for a very specific purpose and to subject the process to the general rules of GO 96B. Related to confidentiality, I mean, there's an availability for an advice letter process for a regulated entity to seek confidential treatment if such a request is, I guess, permitted by the commission for that type of, or that kind of treatment is authorized by the commission for that type of request. But it is staff's position that for the data that proposes to be collected, that at least that information not receive confidential treatment, but be evaluated publicly to inform the, I guess, the due process opportunities for potential protestants. As far as the timing, that is one of, I think, the more challenging parts of using the advice letter process, but also timing is part of due process. You need people to have the ability to make informed comments and to review what's been submitted. Although there is an option to go out to 120 days, it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to take 120 days. If a commission staff chooses to suspend an advice letter, meaning it's that, or one that we are empowered to make that decision, it does give us additional time, but I think the some of the uncertainty exists, and we're not exactly sure how many TNCs will seek offsets. I mean, I think we're aware that there are at least 2 companies that are already providing the service, but the reality is that there are about 18 companies that fall under this program, and I think it's challenging for us to predict at this time exactly what the volume and how long it'll take. But in crafting our recommendations, wherein the offset request review is based on kind of clear standards that I think minimize the amount of subjectivity that commission staff would need to exercise in reviewing any offset requests, that should enable a more timely review and disposition than would be the case if, certainly if it went to the commission for their determination, but if there's kind of a more holistic decision that's supposed to be made about whether TNCs are meeting the statutory criteria and improving service, then I can see that certainly lengthening the amount of time it could take, because that gives people who might protest more cause to protest. If there's more just subjectivity introduced in the process. And there would probably be more reason for commission staff to perhaps need to suspend an advice letter because we're basically tasked with a more comprehensive type of review. So I think there, you know, the comments have been made about a kind of a clear, straightforward offset evaluation process is one that we have advanced in our staff proposals, but it is very much the case that the amount of time envisioned in the advice letter process for certain review to occur is longer than I think some of the parties would like to have. And so we very much are interested in any input and ideas that people have about how to, if at all, address the length of time that the advice letter process does provide for.
With respect to your question on the impact on certainty, do you envision that to be something that carries through on a kind of the medium and long-term implementation of the program, or is that primarily a concern within the first couple of years as everybody's figuring out how the process and how the criteria are being applied?
It's a good question, and I'm not sure I have a good answer at this point. I mean, I think it's hard to say exactly, but to the extent, I mean, the more uncertainty there is, just as a practical matter, it's harder to get budget and resources and, you know, approval for all of the investments and everything that need to happen.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering though whether there's going to be, you know, implementation challenges in the first couple of years as, you know, everybody figures out how it works and how the criteria are established. Maybe the question is, does the advice letter process provide a degree of certainty that once those criteria and those opinions are set, that is a set of precedents that can govern the program moving forward, versus, you know, a different setup where you're outside of an advice letter process. We're doing our best to create a new system of evaluation and appeal, and we're not struggling, but we're implementing both the program and the process, a new process at the same time.
This is Autumn Elliott from Disability Rights California. I have a question for staff. Could you address whether, in your view, there's any difference in either the nature of information that's publicly available or the opportunity for members of the public to comment on level 2 versus tier 3?
So in either arrangement, tier 2 or tier 3, there's the same period of time for review of the filing. So that part isn't affected. It's really about just the final who gets to decide either initially or finally. But that's the kind of key distinction. Aside from that, it's the same review process, the same opportunity for protest, same opportunity for comment, at least under the general rules of the GO 96B.
This is Erin, McAuliff, San Francisco MTA. So it's my understanding that the CPUC in its regular oversight of TNCs requests data on a somewhat regular basis. Is that correct?
We exercise our discovery powers not on some kind of like set schedule, but as needed and desired. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes, we issue data requests.
Okay. So just to get back to something we mentioned in our presentation, it seems to me some of the concerns around confidentiality in the advice letter can be resolved by the CPUC collecting a regular comprehensive set of data and being able to basically check the reports provided by TNCs in their advice letter requests against the data that the CPUC is collecting. Is that the plan for moving forward?
Well, that wasn't so we didn't address any additional data collection requirements for our own validation.
Mm-hmm.
The focus of track 2 was on the contents of the offset request and what information we need to substantiate presence and availability and improve level of service and all that. Mm-hmm. So we didn't cover that because it's not scoped into the proceedings track. But I think your point about can the commission obtain the information necessary to validate the assertions made in the offset request? Absolutely.
Great. So I guess just in terms of a public trust in the process, it would be good to know what data the CPUC is collecting in terms of its oversight, and so that when we see these advice letter requests and the assertions being made by TNCs, that there is some confidence in the ability to validate and verify the claims.
Yeah, I think your point's well taken. I also want to remind people that staff proposed an auditing mechanism for the program. So there's going to be necessarily some, there will definitely be occasion to evaluate what is presented against what we can obtain or to take what's presented and validate it against other information. But unless and until the commission changes the confidential treatment, I think some of the information that we would want to use to validate it, it wouldn't be made publicly available. But I think a lot of folks are aware that there is a part of the commission's ongoing primary TNC rulemaking, 12-12-011, wherein TNC data has been kind of a long-standing scoped issue, and whether to change the confidential treatment of the data would be addressed through that forum. But for the access program, what we certainly have the authority to do is obtain the information for our own use, for validating what the TNCs say, but for disclosure of the actual information would require an act of the commission. But your question is, can we provide information about what we have and what we've collected through our discovery powers, right? For our data requests.
Correct.
Okay.
And to clarify, I'm not requesting access to like confidential trip level data by any means. It's just the format of what you're collecting, to understand the data you're getting, and how it supports what would be in the advice letter.
I'll have to evaluate how we share that information because, I mean, there's the data that we collect from the annual reports, but that's different than what we do from data requests. Mm-hmm. And I'd have to explore because data requests are often used for confidential activities that or like investigatory activities and things that we don't generally signal to the general public that are occurring. But I appreciate you raising that issue because that's a very important point about how to assure the public that the state is, in fact, verifying what the private sector is telling us. Thank you.
I have one question coming in through email. It's from the CPUC, Local Government and Community Liaison. It's a follow-up question for the TNCs. Representatives from both Uber and Lyft mentioned the pilot wave program will launch in LA and San Francisco counties. When will the services begin to be offered to riders, and are there specific areas of the counties where service will first be available?
This is Kimberly with Uber. The services on the Uber platform are already available and live in LA County and the San Francisco metro area.
This is Julia Kim, also with Lyft. Likewise, in San Francisco County and LA County, the services are live.
Great, thank you. Any other, I guess we should move on to the next topic. So next is the offset criteria for the TNC's offsets and exemptions. The questions are, what criteria should be used, what criteria should be used to evaluate whether a TNC has demonstrated improved level of service, including reasonable response times due to their investments for wave service compared to their previous quarter? What documentation or records, if any, should a TNC be required to provide to the Commission as evidence of full accounting of funds expended? What types of investments by TNCs can be counted for purposes of offsetting the amounts due to the Access Fund?
Any comments or questions about these issues, or would anybody like to respond to any of the information that any of the other participants raised today?
Erin McAuliff with SFMTA. In terms of types of investments, I do think it would be beneficial for the Commission to clearly define what they will consider as an appropriate investment. I do think we saw in comments, at least one from Lyft, I remember electric vehicle charging being included in their list, and I'm not aware of any wave vehicles in their service that require electric charging. So just being clear on those types of investments and whether or not they are eligible. And in terms of criteria, I just want to reiterate what San Francisco and other parties have mentioned today in terms of response times and availability being key. I know that there were comments, maybe it was from Uber in their proposal, about the total number of rides being a key factor that should be focused on, and I do think that causes a few issues, especially if, for example, a TNC were to enter into a partnership with, for example, a hospital or a senior center. They may increase the total number of rides occurring through their WAVE program, but that would not necessarily indicate that the general availability of WAVE service was increasing or available for the general public.
This is Cody from PCC. You mean the number of rides versus, say, the number of actual waves or drivers mean totally different things, right?
Well, I guess those are two different things. So availability of wave drivers and vehicles is one, but just total number of rides performed by the wave service is not enough to get to tell you whether or not service is really improving for the general public.
So you aren't saying that collecting ride information is unnecessary. You're just saying it's not a substitute for the number of drivers and vehicles and when they're operating.
That's correct.
This is Autumn Elliott from Disability Rights California. I just wanted to build on her point regarding the types of investments, that, again, it shouldn't be the cost of providing a wheelchair accessible ride, but cost that is greater than providing a standard ride.
So, it's Cody from PUC. This is an area where I'm really interested because would you consider the cost of making information about the availability of this service, like marketing costs, related to the additional cost that is involved in providing wave service? Or is that too removed from the actual service being provided directly?
That's pretty far removed. You know, there might be some room to have some costs there, but you know, the goal is to have people with disabilities have the same experience that people without disabilities have. So, you know, especially at the beginning, getting the word out that after years of not providing service, that this is a service that's available, might be appropriate. But, you know, advertising without delivering the service doesn't get people what they need.
Do you think it would be a sufficient level of, I guess, limitation or detail to say, you know, expenses are limited to, you know, costs that can be substantiated above what it costs to provide a non-wheelchair accessible vehicle trip? Or should it be the commission says you can spend the money on driver training, you know, reimbursements for a shift, you know, a per trip incentive, and prescribe the expenditures at that level of specificity? Or should it be more like, you know, only these types of expenditures are recoverable and to leave it at that?
I think the commission could make it clear that it is that incremental additional cost that's intended to be addressed, and could give some examples of those. So, you know, additional incentives paid to drivers, cost for equipment, cost for training above and beyond what drivers of standard vehicles get, those kind of things. I think those together would be enough to provide both the companies and anyone reviewing offset requests with enough guidance to know what was allowed and what wasn't.
Would that include staffing at the TNCs to bring in folks that are specifically tasked to look at the wave ridership and improve service? You know, because I don't think, I didn't hear anything that you mentioned in terms of the capacity of the TNCs in their company to expand service. Thoughts about that?
Yes, so long as it was, again, fitting in the category of what's above and beyond what it takes them operationally to provide regular service. You know, like you couldn't say, well, you know, okay, now 5% of our fleet is wheelchair accessible vehicles, and so, you know, 5% of what it takes to run things gets subsidized, right?
I guess I'm thinking of it in terms of like if marketing outreach or technology familiarity, or even kind of the outreach to the communities that are being served, you know, if they're spending money on staff who have that expertise or capability and are tasked to do those activities, you know, it's a little different than here I'm buying a piece of equipment or I'm enabling a provider to provide the piece of equipment. But I wanted to get your feedback. Because I think on one of the slides from either Uber or Lyft, it referenced that type of investment.
Yeah, and so I think our concern is just to the extent that operationally supporting those kind of rides is like anything else, then that's not an incremental additional cost. But, you know, if you're sending staff to additional training, if you're having them spend time learning or teaching people about what wheelchair accessible vehicles involve, anything that goes above and beyond that, then I think that could.
I'll get there. I got it. At least I can find the green light. To me, if the hiring of staff is something they would need to do because of increased ridership, it would not be something that should be claimed as an expense. But if it's something to go that they would not need to do, like the extra training or the equipment on a vehicle, that then they should be able to consider as an expense.
Okay, I have two comments and a question that came in from California Association for Coordinated Transportation. The comment is regarding the use of zip codes for data. That's probably going back. They usually, but not always, match county jurisdictions. For example, a community called Kensington in western unincorporated Contra Costa County shares its zip code with Berkeley, which is in Alameda County. Also, some areas of unincorporated Santa Cruz County have a postal address of Los Gatos, which is in Santa Clara County. The mismatches can create skewing and inaccuracies, so there will need to be a way for CPUC to decide how to treat these anomalies. And then regarding previous comment regarding desirability of caps on administrative fees for independent entities, especially MPOs and similar agencies. This would be consistent with many funding programs, including 5310. Usually the cap is set at a percentage of funds received or collected. CalAct will submit the recommendations with the reply comments. The question for CPUC regarding confidential versus public information, is there a document or summary available that provides CPUC standard practices and or rules and how such determinations are decided?
I can respond to some of the comments. This is Cody from the Public Utilities Commission. So first off, on the access fee being imposed and the comment around zip codes. So the per trip fee is imposed on the zip code where the trip originates. So even if you have a zip code that crosses county boundaries, like in Kensington, the TNCs know exactly to the GPS coordinates where somebody was picked up. So I would assume that when you report your fees per county, that you would have been able to reconcile where the trip originated if the zip code crosses county boundaries. If that is not the case, that is a point well taken that you should ensure you've addressed before you remit your payments to ensure the accuracy of monies available in each geographic area. To the question about confidentiality, so the confidential treatment of the data that the TNCs provide in their annual reports was established through Commission Decision 1309-045, which we're happy to send to the folks to CalAct. But more generally, for just claims of confidential treatment, Commission General Order 66D outlines the process for a regulated entity to assert and substantiate a claim of confidential information. And we can send a copy of GO 66D as well.
Cody, I had a question for the staff related to the zip code level data. How is staff proposing to evaluate for offsets if offsets are evaluated on the county level, but you're getting data on the zip code level?
We can just compile the zip code information in the corresponding counties.
Except if the issue of the the data being across, like if a zip code is across multiple counties? How would staff be able to do that if they have data at the zip code level?
This is a good point. In our analysis, what we did was we took the way that the California Department of Finance categorizes zip codes into counties. So for those parts of the state where there's a zip code that crosses multiple jurisdictions, we didn't, because we didn't have GPS coordinates available to us to use to reconcile those differences, then we would have to allow for the possibility that there could be some margin of error. But the way that we conducted our analysis was to preserve the confidentiality information. We rounded it up, so there's some error already. It's not an exact representation, but but we think proportionally, like there's no material change because the information or the services being provided. The differences between like geographic areas aren't on the scale of like a couple trips, like hundreds and thousands and millions of trips separate some geographic areas from others as far as the amount of service provided. So I think the way to reconcile that is perhaps we need more granular information about exactly where the service is being provided if zip code isn't adequate to distinguish when those designations cross more than one county. We're happy to, I mean, and these are things that, again, we can also obtain from the companies directly without using our data request capabilities.
Okay, so any other follow-up questions?
I have one just general question. So we did conduct that analysis of wave trip response times using the data from the TNC annual reports. We bucketed all these geographic areas into different, I guess, categories based on the benchmark that we proposed. Aside from the comment about 8 minutes being too stringent made by Lyft, I guess I haven't heard any acknowledgement or questions or comments in how we've bucketed those counties and what response times we're proposing. Is that because everybody's in agreement and there's nothing to discuss, or is it just not the case that you're prepared to address them today, but will perhaps respond to them in writing? I'm just struck by the absence of much interest in that part of our proposal.
This is Dan Rocky for Lyft. I think you're correct that today we're not prepared to propose a specific number because, like we said, we don't think the data is there yet. We can definitely say that the response times that have been proposed for most of the areas are just not at this point achievable. So that's a very serious concern of ours. And obviously we're continuing to collect the data, and we will provide as much information and certainty as we can in the next round of comments. But at this point, the data is just not there.
This is James Andrew from LA Metro, and I think one thing that I just want to be clear is that I hope that everybody here agrees that the intent of the legislation to provide equal service by, the sunset of this law at the very minimum is still the intent, and that the reason to have progressive benchmarks is that it gives the time for the TNCs to be able to achieve those levels of service. If it's impossible, what we're hearing is that these are not realistic. I'd like to know if they will ever be realistic, and if they're not, that might beg the question about whether the fee is really appropriate, whether it needs to be higher than 10 cents if it's indeed too high of a cost to provide service, because it seems like those two things seem to be very much related. And I know that's not really the focus of this track, and I think the CPUC does have the right to revisit that amount at a later time if data presents itself. That fee, which is basically a subsidy to provide service, and a lot of this kind of transportation is going to require subsidies for it to be adequate. So this is a mechanism to do so. So I think that I don't have the data. I respect Lyft's assertions about whether this is realistic or not in the first year, but I think we do definitely need to have a plan to make this law successful. And so whatever the end decision is about what the benchmarks should be, it should be realistic, but it should be ambitious, and it should be to the point of the law.
This is Autumn Elliott from Disability Rights California, and I wanted to echo James Andrews' comments that, again, the goal of the law is access and equity, and you know, the staff proposal is a way to get there, and parties have proposed a variety of other ways to get there, but that yes, these kind of very clear, objective, year-by-year standards are the correct approach. You know, we don't have the data to say that, you know, that's not what it is in these counties. We assume that the numbers you put here are correct, and that the groupings of the counties are correct, and have no reason to question them. But we agree with Los Angeles Metro that if the response of the TNCs is there's no way we can ever achieve this with 10 cents per ride, then that's what needs to be adjusted.
Okay, so I have one more comment, and then we'll move on to the next topic. This is from the Center for Independent Living. It's the Title 7 of the Rehab Act Disability Services and Advocacy Agency, whose federally designated catchment is Northern Alameda County. Founded in Berkeley in 1972, we are the nation's first independent living center and a globally recognized pioneer in the field of disability rights, resources, and integration. We are also a party of the proceeding. Regarding establishing response time standards for purposes of implementing the TNC Access for All Act, the Center for Independent Living believes that it would be a mistake for the CPUC to require TNCs seeking an exemption for an offset to demonstrate wave response times that match or even nearly match response times for non-wave service. First, a more relevant reference point would be response times for existing wave services, such as accessible taxis. Second, and perhaps more importantly, imposing unrealistic response time standards would undermine the Act's purpose of creating incentives for TNCs to improve wave service. Unless until the level of wave saturation in an area approaches the level of non-wave saturation in that area, wave response time will not match or nearly match non-wave response times in that area. Requiring TNCs to meet such a standard will likely result in TNCs determining that they cannot possibly achieve a level of service that would warrant an exemption or offset. Upon reaching such a determination, a TNC might quite rationally decide that there is no purpose in even trying to earn an offset or exemption, and might therefore not be willing to invest in enhancements of wave service. The CPUC should establish standards that are rigorous, but not so rigorous that they are perceived as unattainable. Any questions about that or comments?
Before we go on to the next item, I had a quick question for James, Andrew. In your presentation, you had mentioned the role of the universities. Can you expand on that as it relates to data and how it would work with respect to the program?
Sure. I don't think we have a very fleshed out idea about how that might work, but it's just, it would be, you could hire a firm, a transportation planning firm, or some firm that has expertise in accessible transportation and also transportation benchmarking and analysis. But I think we do have the resource of university research centers, which I think are independent and are still in the public interest, or they're supposed to serve the public interest. So it's just an offering of a possible partner.
And that's from the analysis side? Okay. I thought I took part of your comment to be on the data compilation side of things as well, or was that not?
I mostly of the data analysis and of the, provide basically consulting services for the CPUC to be able to implement this and to analyze the data from the TNC service with respect to their ability to provide wave service, but also to analyze whether the benchmarks are succeeding and whether there's whether the amount, what areas are preventing it from succeeding in areas that it's not succeeding.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
This is Cody from the PUC. I wanted to follow up on the Doug's question about consulting, because I just want to remind folks that in our staff proposal, one of the things that we envision the independent entity would do would be to work extensively directly with people with disabilities and entities and organizations that they work with in order to obtain their input on whether the program that the commission establishes is actually meeting their needs. So having an entity with the mandate and funding and resources to really do some of that surveying of people who use wheelchairs and are utilizing the service is exactly one of the functions that we think they would be best suited to do. They could have things like community meetings, and they can really kind of probe where the service is being provided and facilitate that information coming back to the commission to inform whether some adjustments can and should be made to the program or to certain ways that it's applied in a given geographic area. The other thing I wanted to note in response to the comments from the Center for Independent Living is that in the recommendations that we offered, we did say that there is like this response time standard where, in SF it would have been it'd be 8 minutes for 50% of the trips, but we provided I guess less stringent standard that could also be achieved or in our opinion, a less stringent standard that could be satisfied in order to receive an offset, which is a higher percentage of the trips, but within double the amount of time. So we did recognize that there is, some uncertainty in perhaps the whether the proposed standards that we offered are, achievable by the TNCs, but we did base it on a quantitative analysis of response times for, just all TNC trips that we collect information on. So we thought that was a reasonable way to do it, but I just want to remind folks that we are very aware of the some of the unknowns about how quickly wave service can be provided in different parts of the state, which is why we kind of expanded the amount of the response time to allow for more time, so long as more trips are fulfilled within that window.
Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to the next topic. We're still on the TNC's offset, but let's talk about the exemption criteria. So the questions are, what wave service level requirements should be established? How and when should exemption requests be presented to the Commission? How should exemption requests be approved? What information should be used to establish the required response time for 80% of wave trips requested? Should TNCs be required to meet all wave service level requirements for a certain period of time before receiving an exemption? If so, what duration should be used? Should the Commission require TNCs to submit reports during the year it was granted an exemption in a geographic area? What information should be included in these reports, and should reports be publicly available? Currently, TNCs are not permitted to own vehicles or contract with transportation providers for vehicles used in their operation, as provided in Decision 1309-045. However, should the Commission reconcile the above statute with current regulations? Should a TNC satisfy requirements to directly provide wave service using vehicles that it owns, or by contract with a transportation provider, such as wave driver training or vehicle accessibility? Can't read that. Feature safety. Open it up for discussion.
Cody from the PUC. I just wanted to highlight something that we communicated in our presentation today, but which was not addressed in the staff proposals, which is our position that the exemption doesn't relieve a TNC from collecting the fee. It just relieves the TNC from remitting the payment to the state for redistribution, which means that if a TNC received an exemption in a geographic area and say collected $100,000, but they only spent $90,000, so there's 10 grand in fee money left, that fee money can be applied to future investments in wave service, but because there should be a nexus to the expenditure, the money received from a fee that has a specific purpose, we just want the TNCs to understand that money doesn't just go into some separate account to pay for whatever needs that the company has that are unrelated to wave service. So we just want that to be clearly understood, that our position is that you're still collecting the fee when you have an exemption, you're just not having to remit it to the Commission. I think it does raise an interesting question, though, about what to do with the interest that would potentially accrue on that remaining balance from monies left over when an exemption has been provided or received. But I'm interested in any comments or questions or thoughts that people have about this issue, because, as I mentioned, you guys didn't have the benefit of reviewing this position in our staff proposal, but we wanted to make sure was understood and communicated today. I guess everybody's on the same page about that. If anything's different, I'm sure we'll see in the written comments that will be forthcoming in the next few weeks. Is there any more discussion that folks want to have on this topic, or should we move on?
Hi, Erin McAuliff at SFMTA. Cody, just a clarifying question. In terms of TNCs satisfying requirements to contract with providers for wave driver training, vehicle accessibility, features, safety, I guess I just want to be really clear on the expectations for TNCs to have driver training and vehicle accessibility, feature, safety inspections outside of just exemptions and offsets. Are we considering any changes to ensure that drivers are trained and vehicles are being inspected beyond just TNCs who are requesting offsets or exemptions?
Yeah, I think if parties want to address those issues, then the questions have been asked. So if the Commission determines that not only should that be required for an offset, but should it be required for any TNC that has waves operating on their platform, irrespective of whether they're using those operations to reduce the amount of money that they pay to the state, those are things that I think are within the scope of what the Commission could impose just generally on their operations. But that wasn't one of the explicit, I don't believe that was one of the explicit issues. Should they just be generally subject to this requirement outside of the TNC Access for All program? But I think that's, so long as parties address that kind of issue in their written comments, then I expect that the Commission could utilize that information and decide whether the requirements should be more expanded beyond just the offset context.
Thank you.
Megan Schmidt with FACT and also with STAC. I had a question on the contracts with the transportation providers. For the pilot in San Francisco and Los Angeles, was there exemptions made so that they could contract with those entities to provide wave service in those areas?
No, there was no kind of exception granted. The TNCs, Lyft and Uber, that have wave pilots today, both companies have what's called a TCP permit, which enables them to either own vehicles if they wish, or to contract with another commission-regulated transportation provider to provide service, or to accept and provide trips that are dispatched through the app. But they provide that service under the umbrella of the TCP authority, which is distinct from the TNC authority, but which the companies, they have both types of permit, so that's how they do it. It's a very kind of particular regulatory distinction that we have to make, but there's been no kind of exemption from the other limitations on what a TNC is normally allowed to do.
Okay, so when the question on the second to last bullet is about how should the Commission reconcile the above statute with current regulations, are there any proposals right now from the Commission or from either Lyft and Uber on how to address that, or is it they're going to be using that same mechanism that they're using currently with contracting with MV and First Transit?
Well, having reviewed the comments, I'll take the risk of misspeaking, but I don't recall that any of the parties said that the definition of a TNC should be revised to enable them to own vehicles or to contract with other transportation providers. So we've raised the issue because the law speaks to the ownership of vehicles by TNCs, but our position is that there's no need to change what a TNC permit allows when we already have an authority that is easy to obtain, is not prohibitively expensive, and that they simply need to possess in order to provide the wave service directly or with another transportation provider. So we haven't, go.
Sorry, this is Annette Tran from Lyft. Lyft would just like to, for that second bullet to reconcile the above statute with current regulations, we will likely be expounding more on our reply comments, but we at Lyft believe that there should be an exemption under the TNC statute that allows TNCs to own wave. The statute is called TNC Access for All, not TCP Access, and so we feel like, we believe that TNCs, there should be an express exemption in the TNC regulations.
Good, thank you.
Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to the next topic. It is time check almost 2:36, and we are actually on time. So the next topic we're going to talk about is access fund and access providers. So the topic is access fund disbursement process. The questions are, should a minimum or maximum amount of funding be dispersed to an access provider in response to an application? Should the Commission prescribe what purposes monies dispersed to access providers can be used for, such as maintenance and fuel costs, vehicle purchase and retrofitting costs, driver training, and time involved in providing wheelchair-accessible trips? Should the Commission directly grant funding to transportation carriers that it does not regulate, for example, taxi cab companies or entities that provide exclusively non-emergency medical transportation? Should access providers that receive access fund funding be required to be available for chartering through TNC apps? And how should applications from access providers be granted or denied, such as via commission resolution or by staff action? I'm going to open up the discussion.
Well, it's Cody from the PUC. I can make a couple of comments I think can further clarify some staff's recommendations. So I'm going to jump to the very last question on the list about applications, how they should be granted or denied. So although for the TNCs and their offsets, we recommend the advice letter process, subject to disposition by staff, but allowing for review by the commission. That is because they're commission-regulated entities that can be compelled to use that process. For non-regulated entities that the commission disperses monies to, those are generally addressed by a resolution adopted by the commission. So that is the appropriate mechanism for disbursements from the access fund to entities that the commission doesn't regulate. In addition, on the question of the commission directly granting funding to transportation carriers it does not regulate, this is actually more important to clarify for the offset process, but it's our position that a TNC should be partnering with another commission-regulated transportation provider for costs related to providing wave service versus saying working with some entity that isn't regulated by the commission, like non-emergency medical transportation, which wouldn't have a TCP permit. So that's just a clarification that I wanted to introduce while we're having this discussion. Also, what we have already asked for kind of some input on is how prescriptive the commission should be on disbursements or for what money can be spent on. We already addressed that in the context of TNC offsets, but the same concern exists for access providers. How limited should they be in what types of expenditures should be allowable for their management of the access fund money? Should it include things that are costs above what it takes to provide transportation to in using non-wheelchair accessible vehicles? Like, should there be the same amount and types and level of limitations on what the money can be used for TNCs and access providers? Should they be the same? If so, yeah, why? If not, why not? So much of our interest in the access fund is given the way that we kind of propose it be structured. There's a lot of similarities between what we propose TNCs and access providers have to fulfill, and I think it's a topic of interest to what extent that's the right approach. You know, are access providers and TNCs so fundamentally different in a manner that it's inappropriate to closely align requirements related to this program? And if so, if they are so different, then why? What makes them so different?
This is James Andrew from LA Metro. I guess I would like, since I'm again not as familiar with the TCP and what goes into becoming one, and what restrictions are there for TCPs. If it's simple to become one, I don't see a problem restricting it to that. And I guess I would like to know what requirements fall under TCP companies or providers, and is there any reason that they would not want it to be TCPs?
Well, I won't speculate about why a company may or may not want to have a TCP authority versus just having a TNC permit and being able to do vehicle ownership and contracting directly. But as far as the TCP requirements, they are in many ways similar to what TNCs have to fulfill, because TNCs are actually a subcategory of TCP, and I won't force anybody through the detailed explanation, but what TCP permit holders mainly have to do that's different than TNCs is the level of insurance that they have to possess is different. It depends more so on the seating capacity of the vehicle. They have generally an obligation that their drivers be employees of the company. This is, I'm not going to get into the employment status of the drivers today, but that's one of the requirements on the TCP permit holder. They generally own the vehicles that they operate directly. Unlike TNCs, there's a requirement for a pre-employment and random drug and alcohol screening, which for TNCs is actually a different standard. It's a zero tolerance standard. But for the most part, the key distinguishing feature of a TNC is the app connecting passengers with somebody using their personal vehicle versus a commercially registered vehicle, which is what a TCP can only operate. But what I can do is, rather than kind of go over every TCP requirement, I'm happy to follow up with you directly to just kind of, we have a lot of information on our website, this whole application packet, but just to put it in context, we have more individual TCP carriers than any other regulated transportation provider in California. There's like 6,500 of them. So, and many of them are kind of small businesses, you know, driver, operator kind of small businesses. So it is not a prohibitively high bar to obtain a TCP permit to enter the marketplace and provide service directly. And as I mentioned, at least two of the TNCs, Lyft and Uber, have possessed that authority for at least more than a year for each one.
And just to follow up, on the third question, should the Commission directly grant funding to transportation carriers that does not regulate? Is that a significant number of transportation carriers? Or is it...
well, this depends on to what the way that the staff have proposed this program be structured is that the Commission wouldn't be directly granting funding to any transportation carriers. So we wouldn't be accepting applications from, say, a taxi company or a non-medical emergency transportation provider. Instead, we would want the money to go to these government entities to be distributed in turn to perhaps wheelchair-accessible taxis or non-emergency medical.
Okay, so that's to do with disbursement from the CPUC rather than to...
Exactly.
Okay, one comment. So CALAC does not have a specific position yet on this regarding independent entities, but universities have expertise and resources to assist with administration of the fee, as well as data, problem solving, and consulting skills, especially where there may be some issues or lack of trust regarding a local MPO type agency. Through collaborative agreements, university centers have coverage for at least the great majority of the state. So any other comments, questions? Now we'll go ahead and move on to the next topic. So now we're talking about the criteria on the Access Fund and access providers. So the questions are, what criteria should the Commission adopt to select access providers to receive funding? What types of on-demand programs or partnerships applications should be considered? Should government entities such as cities, counties, metropolitan planning organizations, regional transportation planning agencies be considered as access providers? What financial information, if any, should applicants be required to submit regarding their operations? For example, should the access provider submit all streams of revenue, such as any other local, state, or federal funds the provider receives to provide wave service? What considerations should be included in the access provider's application, including but not limited to vehicle specifications, subsidies for wheelchair pickups, maintenance and fuel costs, designated pickup locations for drivers in locations where door-to-door service is not feasible, standards for trip requests, response times, and rider-initiated cancellation, limiting of stranded users, integration of service into city and county transportation plans, availability and effectiveness of existing WAVE service, or any necessary training or additional incentives for WAVE drivers that result in a measurable impact on service availability, efficiency, and efficacy. So go ahead and open up for discussion or questions.
This is Erin McAuliff with SFMTA. Cody and Anna, I just had a clarifying question to begin about the staff proposal. And it seems like staff are just recommending that local entities or independent entities simply act as like a pass-through for funds, and that's their only function in this process. Can you clarify?
So staff's proposal is that the disbursements from the Access Fund to entities that would provide transportation would be, so the money would pass through the state to these entities if they comply with the Commission's requirements to receive the money and fulfill that function. But one of the things that we're, I think, trying to evaluate is should the Commission just establish the general limitations on how these government entities would administer the programs and the disbursement of money? Because I think the basis of this approach is that, I think SB 1376 rightly acknowledges that no other state has a program that, like the one that the bill establishes, and where similar types of TNC fee-funded WAVE service already exists at the municipal level. So I think what we were envisioning is that it is like a pass-through, but when the money's passed through, you got the access fund administrators would be responsible for identifying or establishing the application process and review criteria and deciding who to disperse monies to. What the Commission's interest is like whoever the money goes to, the entity that we gave money to, which is the government entity, will be responsible for reporting the information on a quarterly basis and to basically demonstrating that they're satisfying the Commission's requirements.
Great. Yeah, I think just to stress that we believe it's perfectly reasonable for the Commission to establish those general guidelines, but that it is really important for the local entities to develop their own criteria and based on local needs with input from the disability community, to be able to weigh applications appropriately.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the motivation for this proposal is recognition that, at the county or even in regional level that you have a much better view into the needs of people with disabilities than the state really could reasonably ever have. California's huge. So, and I think, in at least the other parts of the country where they have municipal regulation of TNCs, it seems like a pretty reasonable way to do it. But I think one of the things that, we're looking forward to evaluating further is just how similar, I guess, potential limitations or confines imposed on TNCs should be similarly imposed on entities that receive money from the Access Fund that are not TNCs. Because, like Doug mentioned, if you're doing a grant disbursement program, you might need to hire a person to do it, right? So how should that be factored into, I guess, whether that's kind of an acceptable use of the money? Because is that directly related to providing WAVE service above the cost for a non-wheelchair accessible vehicle? Well, I don't think so, but it's an important, I think, acknowledgement to make that, there are, I think, similarities in the way that we've proposed access providers and TNCs be treated, and then I certainly welcome discussion on to what extent TNCs are the only ones that can be access providers, as that our position has been taken. But we think there's a lot of reasons why they should have very similar kind of constraints, TNCs and access providers, but at the same time, we recognize these are different entities, and perhaps the Commission should adopt different requirements in recognition of any meaningful differences.
Just to respond to that, I think, yes, there should be general, basic, similar requirements in terms of training and vehicle safety, accessibility. But you're right, there are meaningful differences in terms of what a TNC is versus what an access provider is. And access providers are stepping in after a TNC has been unable to meet reasonable response times to whatever level the CPUC has established. So developing similar requirements in terms of benchmarks could be counterintuitive in terms of filling gaps.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so I have one comment and one question. One comment from California Association for Coordinated Transportation. This is regarding third and fourth bullet. Public transit operators agencies should be eligible as access providers. This may be especially important in rural areas. There are already comprehensive standardized financial and operations reporting forms from both state and federal levels, and PUC should try to use these as much as possible to avoid duplication. I'm sure CalAct would be willing to help provide examples. There's also a question from Bay Area Metro. The question is, will funding be made available to local government entities to act as access fund administrators? And the second question is, how has the CPUC staff evaluated the appetite of local government entities to take on this role?
This is Cody from the CPUC. So our recommendation on the access fund administrators is that we specifically called out MPOs, RTPAs, and county transportation commissions. If there are other government entities like cities and counties that parties would want to have an opportunity to receive the money instead of those, I guess, regional entities, well, kind of depends on the part of the state, whether they're regional or county specific, but that's an open question in the proceeding, and we provided our recommendation on what government entities would be appropriate to fulfill that role. And then could you remind me of the second question?
The second question is, how has the
okay, I just remembered. How we pull local governments. We have parties to our proceeding that are government bodies, including associations. So we didn't do like a survey of the entities that we recommend be utilized as access fund administrators. But I also want people to be aware that this isn't something, this isn't a responsibility they're forced to perform in any way. It's if they are willing and feel like they're able to fill that function, then they would have to comply with the Commission's requirements and fulfill that role. But they have to, they would have to apply and demonstrate that they're willing and able to fulfill those functions. It's not an automatic process at all.
Cody, as a follow-up to that, Erin at MTA, would local entities be compensated for the administration time in that role? The same way like another independent entity would?
So I think if there are costs that are related to fulfilling that role, they would need to be identified in the, as part of the application that we would establish for access fund administrators to use. But I think it would depend on to what extent the Commission strongly prescribes what the money can be used for, and if they excluded basically paying for people to do the work at the local level, then that wouldn't be a recoverable cost. But I think the commission would have to just build that question into the decision, and also staff would need to identify how to address that in the application package if the commission says that could be reimbursed for doing that.
So the legislation had the foresight to allow the CPUC to engage independent entities to assist with functions of the program. How would government entities be any different than another entity?
I think what we're saying is that it isn't the case that, you know, the money that you would receive from the Access Fund could be used for supporting the administrative work rather than having to go out as a disbursement, but to an access provider. But I think I feel like we're like on the same page, but we're somehow missing each other about it.
I guess to be like super clear and direct, would you use the Access Fund to pay for the admin time of the staff at, for example, an MPO who are going to administer the program?
And I think the commission would just have to say that for administration of the Access Fund, that's an acceptable use of the money. Mm-hmm. And I think there's a very strong case to be made for that, because in municipalities where they basically administer a grant funding program, at least in the ones that we've talked to, they acknowledge that there's a administrative added cost to that, and they utilize the money that they receive through their locally administered program to fund that administrative work. Yeah. So I think we have to reasonably expect that if you're volunteering for that role, and the commission has said that that's an appropriate role for a government entity to fulfill, then I think the state would be mistaken to say, well, you can do this, but you have to figure out how to pay for it through some separate funding source.
Yes, and we're definitely in agreement on that. I'm just curious how it's even a question the commission would have to answer when the legislation says that entities can be engaged and paid for their time.
I think it's, yeah, your point is well taken. Maybe it's not a necessary distinction to make.
I just don't want to make any MPOs nervous if they are considering taking on this important work.
No, that's a good point. I think, but to further clarify too, we also have this desire to retain an entity that we would necessarily need to go through the state contracting process for, at least in some manner, for things like auditing the program, because it would be auditing Access Fund side and the offset side, and we would have to engage somebody that isn't receiving disbursements in order to fulfill that function, which would necessarily need some funding source attached to it. That could be the Access Fund if the commission authorizes it the way that we're requesting.
Thank you.
Okay, so I actually have a follow-up from CalAct. So she says, RTPAs are usually not actual operating agencies. They do planning and funding, which is why operators can be important. So I think we'll go ahead and move on to the next topic. Kind of touched base on this already, but independent entity. So the questions are, pursuant to PU Code 5440.5C, should the commission retain an independent entity to administer the Access Fund program? What functions of the program should the program administrator fulfill? Should Access Fund monies be used to fund the program administrator or another source of funding? So I know we talked about this already, but does anybody want to elaborate on the discussion or have any questions?
I think this is Doug. One observation here is, as we're talking about access providers and the admin funding, I think there's a question of what relationship the provision of admin funds for access providers has with the ability for a TNC to utilize some of the funding that would be eligible under an exemption for the provision of which essentially would be admin staff to administer the programs within their companies. And so, you know, I'm just kind of taking this all in right now, but I'm curious to see whether there's other people here that have made that kind of connection and what your thoughts about that are.
Any of those follow up? Okay, if not, I'm going to move on to the last slide.
I got one question,
yes.
Or one kind of something I just want to point out. The reason why the commission staff are recommending that the commission authorize access fund monies to be used is because although there are other sources of funding potentially available, like namely the PUCTRA fund, which funded the Commission's regulation of transportation, that money doesn't just sit in a big pot that we reach into and take out periodically as we feel like it. It requires appropriations by the legislature through a budget change proposal, which is an annual process, and it's a long process. So what we would prefer is not to have to wait an entire year to go through the budgeting process if the commission authorizes an independent entity to be hired, but doesn't allow it to be necessarily paid for through the fee that the program establishes. But I just want to make it clear, what the commission staff asked for was authorization from the commission. It didn't say give us $500,000 out of the fund, because if there are ways that we can pay for this funding source without having to draw out of the access fund, then we want to have certainly explore and utilize that option. But if the most reasonable way to bring this entity on board and to do it in a efficient, timely manner depends on the continuous appropriation to the fund that the legislation establishes, then that is the authorization that we're seeking from the commission. So I just wanted people to be aware that PUCTRA is certainly a source of funding for the commission's regulation of transportation, but it's just not something we can access today and say this is what we're going to use.
And I should probably clarify my comment earlier that, you know, in my experience as state government introduces new programs and is trying to get entities to either voluntarily or incentivize entities to run these programs, admin is an absolutely necessary component. That's why I was making the relationship to some of the comments earlier regarding the TNC ability to use their funding for the administration of the programs within their companies. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Sorry, this is Autumn Elliott from Disability Rights California. We didn't quite follow your question, if you don't mind asking it again.
So, you know, earlier today we were talking about the ability of TNCs to use investments in their administrative staff or technical staff within their companies as an eligible investment for offsets. And I think some of the comments were related to, well, only if that provides for a direct, I interpreted that to mean a direct nexus to additional service that was provided on the wave. When we're talking about access providers, we're talking about the establishment of a program within a local entity that is a mechanism for distributing money to access providers. And we're talking about providing administrative funding for the people who would be at those local entities that would administer the program. That's not necessarily something that has a direct nexus to additional wave ridership, but is an absolutely necessary component for that local entity to be able to administer a program. And so what I was asking was, you know, are there similarities between the access provider construct in the sense of where state is providing money through the fund to a local entity and providing administrative funds to administer the program versus the TNC, who is really also providing that same service and the ability of them to count the money that they use for the administration of their wave services for the provision of that service.
Sure, if I could respond to that. This is Autumn Elliott from Disability Rights California again. The distinction is that again, because this is a remedial statute, that had the TNCs complied with the law from the beginning and built an accessible business and an accessible service, it wouldn't be taking either the Commission's time or the time of these local entities to administer this entire program. And so, you know, they didn't, and so now the Commission and likely the local entities are going to need to administer this program. And so that funding for that administrative time comes from somewhere, right? Like it comes from the public at the end of the day, be it PUCTRA or the Access for All Fund or somewhere else. But it's public money it's public administrative money that wouldn't have needed to be expended at all had there been compliance from the beginning. From the perspective of the TNCs, they didn't comply, and so the statute lays out a regime where every TNC is compelled to collect these funds. They can keep them if they are using them directly towards improving access. But it's right that those, from the TNC's perspective, those funds go directly towards the increment between standards, provision of standard service and accessible service, because the purpose of the statute is to address that very increment. You know, that the TNCs previously had made the decision not to make those additional expenditures, you know, not to provide incentives to drivers or to purchase vehicles or do any of these other steps. But it is part of their standard business that, you know, every ride they that are provided through their platforms do have an administrative cost, and it isn't consistent with the purpose of the statute that the Access for All Fund go to reimburse those costs that would be there for any ride.
I just wanted to, I mean, I understand your point, and I'm going to try to just restate it, which is TNC should have been doing this from the outset, so the administrative costs that they would want to claim are only because they are, or rather, they're already administrative costs that they do to provide, they incur to provide normal service. So would it just be the case that if they were able to assert and demonstrate that there is some kind of like additional cost from the administrative side just to provide accessibility, would that be kind of an acceptable expenditure, so long as they just show, like, you know, we have admin staff, they do this for all the things, but it costs extra for waves for this reason?
Yes, exactly. So, you know, the idea wouldn't be 5% of our rides are now wave rides, and therefore 5% of our administration, or, you know, the staff that do the admin for the wave rides, you know, if you have wave in your title, in your job title, that gets reimbursed. It's really the extent to which there is an increment for that admin cost that goes above and beyond what would need to be allocated to provide administrative support for any other ride.
So, I mean, Kimberly, I'm going to single you out because I think your title is very specific to accessibility. So, you know, assuming that maybe TNCs haven't retained people with that kind of specialized transportation expertise, but they're willing and understand the need to do that as a result of the passage of this law, would those hiring decisions, you know, those obtaining that expertise after, you know, they started collecting the fee, is that you think the kind of cost that should be considered as the additional cost to provide wave service, I guess, effectively, or in a way that acknowledges maybe some of the additional expertise that transportation deserves? The question for you, Autumn, is like, is it like?
I'm sorry, I thought it was
people. I guess people that have accessible transportation expertise. Do you feel like that is enough, closely tied enough to, I guess, the higher cost of providing wave service if such expertise would be kind of expected to be available at the company?
So I think it would depend on what they're doing, right? So, for example, if it's an outreach position, you know, a TNC the size of Lyft is going to have multiple staff doing outreach and advertising and community relations and all of it. So the fact that that includes the disability community, you know, that's not an extra cost. That's part of the cost. If a TNC is expending administrative resources to gain more expertise in what are the needs of the disability community, what, you know, what sort of vehicles are out there, like that are above and beyond standard administrative costs, then that comes closer to the intent of the statute.
Thank you.
Okay, so anybody else have any questions, concerns? Okay, move on to the last slide. So for vehicle safety and driver training, the questions are, should a TNC satisfy requirements with respect to waive driver training and vehicle accessibility features safety as a condition to receiving an offset? If so, what driver training and vehicle safety inspection requirements should be established, such as inspection and maintenance or lifts, ramps, and securement devices? Should a TNC satisfy requirements to directly provide wave service using vehicles that it owns or by contract with a transportation provider, such as wave driver training or vehicle accessibility feature safety?
This is Erin McAuliff with SFMTA. I just wanted to reiterate our point that TNCs should satisfy these requirements even prior to requesting an offset or exemption.
Thank you. Just make a comment. There are, in the course of doing research for our staff proposals, there are apparently some kind of nonprofit, maybe, but they're not transportation companies, they're not government entities, but have established some kind of accreditation standards for drivers. And I believe there's a manufacturing association for wheelchair accessible vehicles, the NMEDA QAP. I think I got that right, kind of accreditation. But I was just very, I think we're very interested in knowing more about what kinds of training options are available. I mean, I'm aware of like the PASS certification that that's a nonprofit entity, I think, that issues that accreditation. I don't know. I've read on their website that they call themselves the industry standard. I don't know to what extent that is kind of an accepted argument or status, but I think we've heard in other meetings we've had related to this program that municipalities have training requirements, and then they have the actual direct vehicle inspection responsibilities that they fulfill for entities like taxis that they regulate. But we really think that it's useful for us to understand if there are more entities involved in either inspecting vehicles or training drivers on adequate wave service, because that is an area where I think some of the research we've conducted hasn't been particularly fruitful. But with folks who are engaging in providing accessible transportation or have just a background in that area, I think it would be especially useful for us to understand if the commission should be more prescriptive in how driver training occurs, in particular driver training, and whether there are features of an accessible vehicle that maybe we just don't fully, or haven't fully identified. Because I know that there's ramps and lifts and securement systems, but having looked at the ADA standards, there are things about lighting and other, I think, components of a vehicle that we just want to ensure that if these requirements are imposed, that people aren't mistakenly leaving out some important part of the vehicle that needs to be inspected, or some kind of fundamental best practice for safely transporting people using wheelchairs that maybe we're just not aware of, or the commission should explicitly identify as a component of comprehensive vehicle safety instruction, or what a driver should be expected to know and be able to perform. So we really invite your input and any programs or organizations that you are aware are effective in fulfilling these kinds of roles.
Erin McAuliff at SFMTA. Thank you for that feedback, and we are more than willing to share our experience and expertise with you in that, and we'll make sure to include it in our reply comments to the workshop.
This is Doug. When you do include it, if you can put down if you are aware of kind of the magnitude of the demand that might be able to be satisfied through that process. Is this something that there are entities on the ground now that can do immediate inspections to get the number of accessible vehicles out there, or is this something that's going to require some degree of ramp up in training for the training programs themselves?
And that reminded me of another point that I wanted to make. So the way the program is structured is that, although I understand that I think the approach generally taken by the TNCs with wave pilots underway, that they utilize another transportation provider to offer that service through their app. But for those individuals who are using a wheelchair accessible vehicle as a personal vehicle to provide transportation, those individuals are not in any way relieved from the requirement to have their vehicles inspected and to be trained. Now, exactly what training they undergo, if they're not already associated with some transportation provider that checks all those boxes for the companies that have wave pilots underway today, this could be, the TNCs needing to develop a wave driver training program and vehicle safety, I guess, verification for those folks that are not already, having that be fulfilled by the transportation company that they actually work for. So you just want to recognize that there is a potential population of people who are not professional drivers, it's like their full-time job, but they got a wheelchair accessible vehicle, and if they're running on your app, they got to really be prepared in a way that I think the state would expect somebody who's doing that, like maybe on a more full-time basis, is prepared to do, because otherwise you have people who just happen to have the right vehicle, for circumstances that I don't know if it's someone in their family or maybe they're a person who uses a wheelchair but they can still drive. I don't know. There's just there are concerns that I think are unique to the possibility that a driver's personal vehicle could be a wave, and how to ensure those people really are safely providing transportation is something that we need to have addressed if TNCs are relying on these other transportation providers to ensure that that occurs. So we got to cover both. That's all my questions.
Okay, so I guess now we're going to open it up for additional comments. If you have any additional comments that you want to raise that didn't get a chance to, or we didn't bring up the subject that you wanted to talk about, so I'm going to open it up. Does anybody have any additional comments that you would like to make?
Well, I have one. Unfortunately, the person I want to direct this to primarily has already left for the afternoon. She's Ms. Ornelas from the Social Services Transportation Advisory Committee. She made the very important point that although much of the focus on today's discussion and of the statute that's being implemented is on wheelchair accessible vehicles and the lack of them on an on-demand basis, there is a third track to this proceeding wherein the Commission has identified that there are accessibility issues for people other than persons who use wheelchairs. So I just want people to be aware that although there is a statutory program that this proceeding is intended to establish, I think the Commission in the scoping ruling that has been issued has signaled that this is also a forum to address other accessibility issues in transportation, in addition to the particular needs of wheelchair accessible people who use wheelchairs and the vehicles that can accommodate their needs. But I just want that to be noted that we haven't established this whole proceeding just to talk about wheelchair accessible vehicles, but it is not has not been the focus of Track 1 and Track 2 because of the statutory deadlines related to the Access Fund that are focused pretty fully on wave service. So if you're a person with other disabilities and you're discouraged by some of the focus on waves, just please be aware that it is motivated by what the statute compels the Commission to do, but we don't want that to be interpreted as a dismissal of the other important accessibility issues that should be addressed in the transportation sector that the Commission regulates. Thank you.
Any other comments? So again, I want to thank you all for attending today's workshop. Again, all the recording for today's workshop as well as the presentations will be posted on the TNC Access on our CPUC website. And as a reminder, one of the deadlines is comments on the workshop, and all the proposals are due October 21st, 2019. So we look forward to your comments. And that concludes our workshop, so thank you again very much for attending.